Hello, and welcome back to some good old Magic the Gathering shenanigans. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. I will apologize in advance. I had a very late night last night, and I woke up with like the most bloodshot eyes and everything to represent exactly how I felt. Always the best way to do it though. But yeah, we're back in it. We've got some packs to open. See what we get out of those. And then obviously we're gonna have a good long talk about some of the Final Fantasy stuff and some of the Aether stuff as well. And just in general, a lot of those sort of things, because I do kind of want to talk about some of those, because I saw some discussions at the store last night that I thought were fascinating enough to like approach and further go into in this kind of atmosphere, as well as I kind of want to play around with some more deck ideas, so we might see what we can do there. Yeah, but for now, I mean, I had a lot of fun last night. One of the people there, when they have the raw precons of all of the Doctor Who decks, and they played them last week, and it was awesome to play against. And then I asked if I could play the villains one this week, while I was playing against them. And they were like, yeah, no, definitely. And I got to play the Davros sort of style of playing it. My lord, that was really fun. I actually really enjoyed that. It was really good. I really had a lot of fun playing that deck. The funniest part was as well is that like so one person won with gates and then the rest of us played for second and it was good. But like the best part is he goes like, oh, you almost killed me in like 2 turns. And I'm like, yeah, because I threw everything at you because I knew you had the fucking gates. Like, one turn I threw everything at him, and then the second turn I threw everything at him, but that was the last turn. Of like my main combats that I did. And it's just that it kind of like, well, why did you do that? It's like, bro, I recognize the threat. Don't get me wrong, I'm a hell of a scary person, but one of us is winning right now, and one of us is just beating the shit out of everyone. There is a big difference. Do I expect to get fucking murdered on my next thing? Yes. The fun part was I ended up getting second, because when we played it out, basically, I eliminated one of the people, and then it was me versus one other, for that final bit, right? And they just couldn't establish a board that went against me, which was great, I loved that so much. Because, dude, Daleks propagate really easily. When you've got Davros specifically on the field. He's also a very cheap commander to get really out. He was like, what, 4 mana? Even when I had to pay 6 for mana for him, like I'd already kind of hit every land drop I needed. So it was pretty decent. Didn't really hit much other stuff because there was a Teferi's puzzle box on the field for a good while. So it was quite hard to like maintain a good tempo play that I could play to and knew that I was playing. Hey there, Marco. 0% English, 100% Argentinian. I mean, I only speak English properly, so I will say if you're gonna speak non-English, I can't moderate it, and therefore I have to take the assumption that it's not being said in good faith. I do hope that's understood. I do not mean anything negative against any other language. This is always just a rule of thumb to keep me and everyone else safe. But yeah, no, it was good. The second game, I just never hit a lot of pieces for the Hashton deck, and that's something I'm noticing more and more, is how awkward it is to try and hit core pieces to that deck, and what happens when I don't. It makes me want to kind of get a couple more pieces that can help me do discard outlets. And a bit more mana gen as well. Or like a better mana base. Because the artifacts are just really bad in that deck. And it's not that I think I need more lands, it's that I just think I need better, like, consistent ways of getting through my lands. Because that's the thing, is I genuinely, if I'm playing that deck correctly, there's a good chance I only need like 6 mana total at the end. So, and like, as well, probably most of that's colorless. So there is a very good argument for doing some stuff around that. But yeah, no, it was fun. It was very fun. I do have some packs here that I will open in a moment though. My packs from doing the thing. We got a, let's see. Here is the camera. At the moment it's really small, isn't it? Because I think I minimized it to the corner. Yeah, I did. There we go. These are our little 2 packs from last night that I got. I also got, someone was very nice and was giving away some boxes, so now the Hashton box is actually in one, and now that leaves only one of my mainstay decks still in one of the basic pre-con sort of givey ones that they give. So I'm quite happy about that. Hey Freakazoid, how's it going? Alright. Might as well crack these open. See what we actually get out of these. How do you get the packs? So, for my Friday Night Magic, to sign up, I need to pay 15 bucks. When I pay 15 bucks, the ruling is that when you do it, the opt-in charge pays for $20 worth of packs. That's how I do it. But yeah, people gifted random boxes too. I mean, he is because he was clearing out his collection. It was Matthew. You've actually seen him in the chat a few times. He was clearing out his boxes and he got a tourney. No, it's not like a proper tourney. It's a Friday Night Magic, but it's kind of treated like a tournament thing. It's pay 15 bucks to go in. You get 2 rounds of Magic, and if you win, you get an additional, like, signature thing. Twitch should have an option to translate when what I say. I mean, you're asking for transcribing in real time, which is really, really not, the text's not there across the board. So I get what you're trying to say, but, like, I also, that's just not a thing. Oh yeah, kind of like a tourney. Yeah. It's not like a real large-scale thing, but it does get considered, and I believe it actually goes on my record. Because I believe my wizard profile gets like a record of like all of the things that I've won and lost, in my like my time playing. Right. So that's kind of the main thing with it. Yeah. Let's see. What else was in there? How old am I? I'm old enough, is what I will answer with. I'm a teenager from Argentina who never was taught English well. That's always, I mean, that's pretty consistent when you're not in a hugely English-speaking country. Easiest way to learn is to kind of osmosis it from subtitles, right? From what I've experienced. people telling me. Watching movies, TV shows, streamers on YouTube, I guess, because that way you can get like actual transcribed things from YouTube's automated thing. I wonder, I bet YouTube doesn't have it for live stream, right? The captions. I don't think it's got live captions. I know it's got captions, but I don't think it's got live captions. Yeah, I see it saying unavailable on my end. I learned English basically, or at least until 16. I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is I've learned English my entire life because I'm in an majorly English-speaking country. So, surprisingly enough, I have adequate English. I phrase it that way because that's kind of the truth of it. It's not, I've got good English, because good English isn't really a wording for it. It's like not the correct grammatical thing. And I can recognize that, but hey. But no, like, we're in an era where, yeah, just watching TV shows and all that sort of stuff, you get a lot of it come through. Anyway, we gotta crack a pack, right? So this has 5 cards in it, so it's not all that exciting, admittedly. Okay. So, what do we get? We got Filtered Out. Return all non-creature, non-land permanents to their owner's hand. So, fuck all artifacts and enchantments. And I guess like battles and other things like that. Oh, and also planeswalkers. I mean, ironically enough, in a planeswalker deck, that actually might be a really good board wipe. Let's see. Reckless Handling. Search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle, then discard a card at random. If an artifact was discarded this way, deal 2 damage to each opponent. Yeah. Hey, this is one of the ones I definitely was interested in getting as well. Nashi, Moon's Legacy. Black, green, blue. Legendary Rat Shaman for, it's got a 3/4. Menace, Ward 1. When this attacks, exile up to 1 target legendary or rat card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast the copy. That's a cool card. No special treatment or anything like that. It's just the basic one. So that I'm still happy with that. That's a cool card. It's a commander, or at least a card that can go into a deck. That's kind of interesting to me. Copper Coat Vanguard Foil. What are you? Each other human you control gets +1 power and has Ward 1. Yeah. And another Filtered Out, but this time with special art. And then it's a Spirit Token. It's actually a really cool style. In case you're interested in the style of this one. So it's again, it's just the same as the one earlier, Filtered Out. But yeah, I actually like that style. It's cool. I wish I could use that. I don't think I've got anything to use that in, but that's actually a cool card. I like that. And then you have the Spirit. Well, I'm happy with the Nashi at least. That's a very cool card to get out. But so far, we've had decent pack opening. Now the question is, what are we gonna get out of these? Already, we see Village Rites, which is a really nice card to get, because it's just a good card. Like, genuinely, I don't think there's much else to be said about Village Rites, right? Like, it's a good card, it's 1 mana, sack a creature, draw 2 cards, awesome. Play that in any, like, pretty much any black deck, or especially an Aristocrats deck, and you're happy. Cool. Epitaph Golem. I've actually looked at this card a little more recently because of a specific deck I was looking at, which I might show a bit of later. This is just put thing onto bottom of library from your graveyard. I've already seen this one before, I believe. Moldgraph Millipede. Faithless Looting, never bad. Angelic Purge, what is this one? As an additional cost, cast this, sacrifice permanent, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment. For a sorcery, that is a 1 mana and 1 white and 2 mana. That feels so scuffed. I don't know. I don't know if I like the fact that that has to sacrifice as well. You have to put that in a deck that actually benefits, I guess. Desperate Farmer, lifelink. Whenever another creature dies, transform this, and it turns into, I just think, a 4/3 lifelink. Yeah. Ghoul Tree. The spell costs 1 less for each to cast for each creature in your graveyard. It is a 10/10. Could basically is going to probably come out for 1 green. Storm Kirk Occultist. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card, and it has Madness cost, which is slightly cheaper. It has Trample as well. Interesting. Archghoul Tharabin. Zombie Cleric. Whenever this creature or another zombie you control dies, look at the top card of your library. If it's a zombie card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you don't put that card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. So, 3 locations where a card can go. If it is a zombie, it can go to 3 locations. If it's not a zombie, it can go to 2 locations. If it's a zombie, hand, top of deck, graveyard. If not, top of deck or graveyard. Interesting. Slightly curious going card. Let's see, what's this? Werewolf, swap it to a 4/3. Whenever a werewolf you control enters, you may transform it. Ooh, that's actually kind of useful for the werewolf stuff. Odric. I fought against this card last night, and it is rough to play against when it's used correctly. So, this one is Odric, Lornarch Marshal. Lornarch? Yeah, Lornarch Marshal. 1 white, 3 mana, Human Soldier, Legendary, easy 3/3, and then here's a shitload of text. The text is really, really fucking irritating. At the beginning of each combat, creatures you control gain first strike until end of turn if a creature you control has first strike. The same is true for Flying, Death Touch, Double Strike, Haste, Hexproof, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, Reach, Skulk, Trample, and Vigilance. So, it is quite a bit. Lunark? Is it really pronounced Lunark? Okay. But yeah, so, that's a rough one. Guess that goes into the probably do something with that eventually card pile. Aberrant Researcher. Human insect. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If it's an instant or sorcery card that was milled this way, transform this creature. And it transforms into perfected form, which I think I've seen this before, which is just, yeah, a 5/4 flying. Insect horror. And then I think that's the last of these cards here. Ulrich's Kindred. Wolf. Let's see, what do you got? Target attacking wolf or werewolf gains indestructible until end of turn. For a green and 3 mana. But it's a red and 2 for the 3/2 body. Does have trample. And then just a nice looking forest. That pack was a little less inspired and interesting, but you know, can't complain. New cards. Nice forest. I do kind of like these ones a little bit more. I still have and I stand by this, I'm still not a huge fan of retro frames, and that's just because I don't have the nostalgia aspect. Right? Which definitely hampers my my care for that sort of stuff. Gotta go, good luck with the rest of the stream. All good, Freakazoid, catch you later. But yeah, it's always an interesting one, because it's kind of fun. I mean, again, that's why I say, like, I played against it last night. I seen how good it can be, but I don't really have a deck that I would do for it right now, because I don't think he's... When I saw him, he felt like a really great 99 card, not the commander. And that's kind of the problem, is if he's a great 99 card, I need the commander for it, and I don't really have a commander for that. So we get to this cascading thing of, well then, where's it going to see play in my decks? It's not. And it's not that I don't want to do it, it's that I just don't have something to do with it currently. Because what was the one I saw? It was the Planeswalker that can like give Vigilance, Lifelink, and Indestructible with its +1. And then the -3 is like get a legendary from the top something of your cards and get treasure otherwise. So like look at the top 4. No, what was it? Look at the top 4. You can take as many legendary creatures or legendaries out of it, and then the rest go in the grave and you make that many treasures. I think that was what it was. Dihada? Yeah, that sounds right. Like, in that deck, especially, oh yeah, no, it definitely felt, like, quite good. But aside from that, I don't really have anything I can think of off the top of my head that I'm like, oh, hell yeah, that works with just, like, a white card. Especially, like, decks that I have, as I said. Because at the moment I've got my 4 decks here, and do any of them even have white? Yes, one of them has white in it, but it is definitely not in that deck. Because that deck is, the Hasherton deck. And that one is as little white in it as possible. Which has actually really caused me a lot of grief, because the mana base means that I have to mulligan, like, to easily quite a ways in. It's made it quite rough a few times. It reminds me, I need to update my list because I have a new card for the one that I added last night, so I know that it's in the list, so I don't go and accidentally buy it again. I mean, oh, I do technically have one more deck that I don't have here. That's right, I forget about that. Is it too many planes? It's too little. I'm not consistently hitting my white mana drops, so I have to mulligan for them. And if I don't hit, like, if I'm not able to cast Hash Turn early, and I hit, like, any of my synergies, it basically means I'm out of the game. And I have to claw in via, like, alternate routes that aren't really well established at the moment in that deck. So this is what the deck's supposed to look like, but obviously you can see the ones I own and what I don't own. So I got last night... what spell was it again? It wasn't Dark Salvation. It's Living Dead. Oh, I've already updated, I think, for it. Because the thing is, I'll also mention with this deck, I'm making an active effort to keep it at its power level it's currently at. There's a reason why I'm maintaining the zombie synergy, is because that actually keeps this deck a lot weaker than it could have been if I commit, obviously, properly to it. We've all seen the talk about this card in CEDH, right? Let's see. Oh no, Dark Salvation. Yeah, it was Dark Salvation. Wait, back. Have I got the correct one? Is the one I'm putting in? No. Make sure it's the correct type. Just to make it feel a little bit more correct. I'm looking for E in 30, let's see, 87. I think that's it. Cool. So that means outside of Feed the Swarm, I'm done with sorceries. Still need to find a Path of Exile. Because yeah, like there's enough white land in this deck to keep this deck going. The problem is if I don't have white mana in my first 2 turns at least, that delays this deck really hugely. That's the point that's being made. Because, like, I think if we go down here, I've got 24% production for it. Because I think I've got 3 planes, obviously a lot of gold mana, so tap for ones that are by commander, yada yada yada. I've got a Desert of True, which is a bit Caves of Kolios. I do know that's still in there. Arcane Sanctum still in there. I think there's 1 or 2 others as well. I think I still have a lot more planes than what this has, because I've still not removed a lot of things. The big thing I need to remove is the artifacts, because I still have a lot of, like, I think I have a couple of talismans still in here, which I want to get rid of. And signets, yeah. Because I've got, like, there's the Demir signet right there, yeah. So I just don't think I want artifacts in this deck. Kinda want land, very particularly. Because I want things I can consistently play for not cost, so I can get there, and even just hitting my land drops to 3 is kind of enough under a lot of circumstances, especially if I hit like a core really good piece. I still stand by. There's a very interesting argument to be made. I should try and like mulligan for shit like Psychic Frog more aggressively in this deck, because that card, I'm gonna be honest, people keep targeting my commander. If that card comes down, that should be the target. Because my commander can come back pretty cheaply. The Psychic Frog doesn't come back as easily. There's not like some easy recursion in this deck, to the same extent. But yeah. I'm getting there with it. I'm getting there. I do have 2 game changes in here, which makes it a bracket 3. I wonder if I stack this, because I want to see, guys, I can do this, right? That's technically incorrect because of the thing. I need to actually set this up correctly. Yeah. But yeah, I need a copy of Feed the Swarm. And these. And I'm there. I mean, what? The big expensive one in this is Thassa's, right? Really? No, Bone Mines is pretty high up there. To be fair, this one's really obscene with this deck, is it just can get a lot of synergy out of it. But, yeah. No, I like the idea of this deck. I think, there is a couple of cards when we did our, like, hardcore version of this where we decided to make a CDH variant. If we go here, try hard zombies. So this is like a full CEDH built variant of that deck. With cards obviously I do not own, stuff like that. But this is what it would look like if I was to bring it up to the correct level for that. Just why it sits at like fucking $5.5 US, $5.5K US. That's just because there's some really insane cards in here. There was this one here, I'm actually kind of tempted to try and get, because this actually seems really interesting and fun. But then it's not obscene and game ruining in any way, I think. Because that's why a lot of these I don't want to add. I already feel fucking bad enough with Core Augur being in there, but like I bought it and I'm like, I bought it kind of for this deck. Because I wanted to have, again, some really good threats. Also, Hoarding Broodlord. I saw this last night and I still think this is an incredibly good card, especially for me. For this Hashton deck. I'm trying to remember, I think is it this one goes infinite with Time Sleep, right? It deals combat damage to a player. Starting with you, each player votes for evidence or bribery. And then while voting, you may vote an additional time. So it doesn't matter, and then I just time sleeve, tap, get it another turn. Yeah. Which, mixed feelings on if I'd want to add that to the main deck. Because that just feels kind of scummy. But, like, that, again, that's the point of why I made this, is like, I look at it and I go, okay, so this is what it would do in this setting. So what happened, like, how do I pull it back enough to be interesting and do it in this? Because, again, that's why maintaining the zombie synergy is so intense with this, is because without the zombie synergy, it would actively be too good. As long as you have 4 opponents. Correct. But also, the problem with tryhards, this one in particular, is realistically, if you have infinite turns, what you're playing for is not a damage win, it's a Thassa's Oracle win. Right? Like, you've got a couple of tutors in the deck, really easy ones, and all you're trying to do is just get through your deck as fast as you can, which this deck can do very easily. And if no one can interact with you, you've won. And you'll never have to give away that sort of thing. So it is very much like, unless they interact with you on that moment, you have won the game, and it is not stoppable, because you'll just wait until you hit the things to do it. That's the problem with CEDH, is like CEDH, especially with a deck like this, you're not aiming to interact with your opponents. Your aim is to stop your opponents from stopping you and stopping them from winning. That is all you're doing, and then you just try and win. Because once Hashton's down, realistically, we did the math for this as well another week. There is a turn 2 way to win with Hashton. That means that they can't stop you. What you do is you play, I think, what was it off the top of my head? It was, Lotus Petal, what is it again? Lion's Eye Diamond. First turn you hit one of the core colors you're gonna need. Tap, Soul Ring, tap, Arcane Signet. Lion's Diamond Eye, Lotus Petal down. Next turn, Hashton comes out. Activate Lion's Eye Diamond. Discarding Thassa's Oracle, then off that trigger you'll discard your hand. You do Thassa's Oracle, then you do the trigger stack to get Leveler in first, and you've now won the game because they can't stop it. Because it's a trigger discard ability. So it's not even something that they can like break out of at all. Once the discard happens, you've won the game. And again, that's kind of what you're aiming for with this deck. Hence why, like, so much of it is counterspells, right? You have several other ways of doing the same sort of idea. I mean, like, you've got Demonic Consultation, there's another couple in there that do kind of similar, I believe. I think, is it like Tainted Pact? Yeah, Tainted Pact as well. And because you've got not a single duplicate in this deck, I believe. Yep, no land duplicates, so you go through your entire deck. So again, there's a reason why stuff like Demonic Consultation and Tainted Pact are staying out of this version of it, but I am going to put a Thassa's Oracle in it eventually. Because it's just, I need to have some way of winning. That's not just board presence. Like, one of the things we've talked about a lot on these streams is the way I like playing is I like playing a tempo deck where I can consistently do stuff, play out stuff, create enough of a barrier and threat valuing, so I'm there but I'm not at the top most of the time. I'm consistently able to interact with the board, keep going like that, and then I just play till my out. Which my out often is either just swinging to kill, or with the tempo, that advantage that I've been able to gain, or a win con, which is like Thassa's Oracle in a sense. And that's where a lot of important things kind of come in. is how do I play a deck versus how a deck should be played in packs. Everyone plays differently after all. That's why it's like, it's really hard to decide what alterations I want to make because I'm still not sure on a lot of things. One of the things that got brought up last night a little bit, and I was talking actually quite in depth with a few people about this, and I think they all gave me some really good advice on it. But was like I'm still in the stage of trying to find my deck, right? So what I mean by this is, and I'll use Hearthstone as my major example point for this because it is probably one of my better examples for this. In Hearthstone, I played a variety of decks. I play back when it was really early on, and I just played whatever. I often would play towards control decks. Control decks are what I tended to lean towards, I think, the most. And then eventually a specific card came out that was probably the most interesting card, and I still play that deck to this day. So one of the main reasons I still play Wild, and that is Shutterwalk. To explain Shutterwalk in kind of shorthand terms to those that might not know, so Battle Cry is kind of like your ETB effect, or well, it's on cast effect, I think is the better wording for it. Right? So that's what a Battle Cry is in Hearthstone. Shutterwalk repeats the Battle Cries of the game that you've played. So for all of the Battle Cries that you've triggered this game, you can repeat them. I think it has a soft cap of 30. And it cannot do itself. It cannot repeat a Shutterwalk one. But the point is that the idea with that deck was you would play something that would copy it, and then something that would bounce the copy back to hand. And then you would have control elements to it. Nowadays, it's gotten really obscene because you just play it as a really solid Reno tempo deck. But that was the idea, is that you played it out as this kind of nice soft tempo deck that meant that you always had a win con. The problem with the modern version of it is that the win con is never going to happen. You almost never get into a game where you are going to win via Shutterwalk lockout because of one or two things. Either the game is over significantly before you would even get Shutterwalk down, and that's just the speed of which Hearthstone is now, or you're in a control matchup which would go long enough and they get rid of the Shutterwalk, which is not hard and is really, really irritating because that is consistently what those decks are supposed to do. I stand by, there are certain cards that I just don't like seeing, and when I often see them in certain contexts, I'll just surrender out of the game because it's just, at that point in time, it's like, look, even if I can claw a victory out, it's not going to be a pleasant experience for me, and I know what how to play it out would be. It's just not fun. The one that I really do not like playing against is, what is that one warrior card? It shuffles basically bombs into your deck, and those bombs, when you draw that bomb, it will destroy a card in your deck, a card in your hand, and a card on your board. And it's just so irritating because you'll get to like really low amount of cards in your deck, and then it basically means that just wipes you out. Because it wipes out your hand, wipes out your board, and wipes out your remaining like things, so you just can't actually play control into that deck. And that's the mechanic, that's fine, it exists, I can't stop that. But I can't deny as well that like there is a level of frustration when it isn't. And that's why I'm like, warrior control matchups are one of the worst ones for that deck because they have so many good destructive tools. And it's just not fun for that, for me personally. Aside from that, I'm trying to think. But yeah, like, outside of that, I play consistently Seedlock, but that's just because that's a really good deck, and I need to get wins to get the high rank, so I can get more rewards, right? Like, I have a quest to do Warlock stuff. Well, cool, I have a Warlock deck I can win with very consistently. Though, ironically enough, like, a lot of other decks have now caught up in speed to Seedlock, which is really scary in my opinion, because Seedlock has always been a deck that, even after its mini nerfs, still sits way too high in the speed category for what it can do. Like, the game is consistently in a state of being over by, like, turn 6 with that deck. If not, then it means that, like, it's probably a slow burn for whoever's gonna, like, actually win. Because it's really hard to create a comeback from that deck. Well, against that deck, I should say. Once I get the main condition done of Seedlock, which is, your way of absolutely winning, you just win. Like, that's the point, right? Because once the reward has come down, you probably either kill them that turn or you put them out of the game. Unless you're too far behind. And that's the point of beating Seedlock. And this is the reason why I love Seedlock, because so many people don't understand it. The weakness Seedlock has is you just fight Seedlock in the face. You try and remove its threats, and you hit them in their face. Because if you can keep them as low as possible, you can stop them from having too big a turns. And you can slow them down and threaten them when they do try and go for the Tamsin play. Like, the amount of times I've had to not play Tamsin has been rough as hell. But if I'm playing correctly, I often have Tamsin coming down on turn 6. Which is really obscene when you think about it. Because what? That means I've had to take 30 something damage? I think it's 12 per tier now, right? So it's 36 damage. And you have 30 beginning health. Yeah, that's the point of Seedlock. Seedlock is, you have to have dealt more damage to yourself than your opponent can even deal to you effectively, and also still stay stabilized enough while they're trying to swing at you. Not easy. Not easy at all. Ay, ay, ay. That's why I say, like, again, the weakness that deck has is when people are actually know how to play against it and just go aggro enough into it that they slow it down too much. It's always the goal. It's always the goal. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna show off the deck that I was talking about with some people last night. It's really funny. So, I openly will admit, I still do my thing of just randomly thinking about a card or looking up a card and going, hey, what happens if I made a deck around them? I'm just gonna deactivate this. No, not that. So I can actually move that so I can see my screen stuff correctly. Cool. So I was like, what would be really funny is if I made a River Song deck. Now, this deck is, I'm gonna be honest, like, a deck that will definitely get a lot of people not liking you. Say hello to Spoilers. So Spoilers is like a lot of basic land you might see, but there's a purpose for this. This has a lot of soft, admittedly, land destruction. In fact, most of the lands in here that aren't real lands are land destructions. So, you might go, why do I want to use lands that are like, sack this, destroy target land, its controller may search their library for a basic land, and then put it onto the battlefield and shuffle? Well, that's because of River Song herself. So River Song has Meet in reverse, which is draw cards from the bottom of your library rather than the top, which is straight away the reason why I want to play this, because it's going to fuck with everyone's heads, including mine. Then you've got Spoilers. Whenever an opponent scries, surveils, or searches their library, put a 1/1 counter on River Song, then River Song deals damage to that play equal to its power. If I'm basically destroying one or two of your lands constantly, you're gonna want to be doing the searching. Right? So, I get to search my library pretty effectively for lands if I need to, but also, no one else is gonna want to. Then, as you might look over at like the sorceries, you might see a problem as well. So you can see how there is a potential of a good old time warp and time temporal manipulation, and you know, the silly things like that, where now you can get lots of turns. There is a couple of ways to get infinite turns in this deck, which I thought was really fitting, again, because, it's River Song. Come on. You're gonna tell me that the idea of her having infinite turns doesn't kind of work? I remember fucking many of the storylines. Oh, fuck, the wedding of River Song. Just that entire storyline. But yeah, so I thought it was really fun, and I thought it would be cool to, like, make synergies around specifically the, bottom of your deck being, like, actually where you're drawing from. So there's a lot of cards that, can put cards onto the bottom of your deck. Like, here's a soft example here of put a target card from graveyard onto the bottom of the owner's library. I can just, like, constantly cycle things through. And do stuff like that. I also do have a set to really, like, slow people down and really fuck with a lot of people. Because of the whole each opponent can't draw more than one card each turn, and in conjunction with Teferi's Puzzle Box, that's a huge lockout. Because it means you're in guaranteed, top deck mentality. Like, they've full, like, heart of the cards situation. Mind you, again, there is plenty of ways where they can do stuff to that. Now, I also do have stuff like Unleash Fury in here, because I thought it would be really funny to just, again, double the power of River Song and just nuke someone all of a sudden. There was a card I saw that I did not add because I do think it's like, I would want to have more synergies around it, and it just feels really assholey. There's a thing that basically means whenever this card deals damage, it's infect damage. So just it would be an equipable artifact onto River Song, and it just means River Song kills people. Really, really easily. I think she's already going to kill people fairly easily with this kind of deck, so it's like, nah, it's just really scummy. No one likes seeing that stuff. And then obviously, like, while I didn't really want to add too many counter spells, I felt like I did have to kind of add Swan Song, because River Song, Swan Song, come on. I don't think I have... Oh, I have Spell Crumble, which goes to the bottom of the library. Do I have... I don't know if I've got any other counter spells, do I? I think it's a lot of silly Draw and Scry. Yeah, No, I don't really have any other... yeah. No other cast spells. I have a lot of interaction and actions. That's about it. I do have 12th Doctor, which is a really funny one as well. Because 12th Doctor may not seem incredibly great at this stage. I kind of need to tweak the deck a little bit more, I think, to make this quite work. But the idea is that I want to have him so I can use Demonstrate on things like Opt. Or preferably, I guess, Deliberate, right? Whatever, right? The reason behind this is if I demonstrate that, I get 2 procs of it, an opponent gets 1. But then River Song procs because they're going to scry. So it's actually kind of a really fun situation. Where it turns a potential thing that's normally a resource gainer to becoming a lethal tool. Especially, like, early on, if we get, like, the ones that sack for destroying lands and, such. Right, like, if we destroy other people's lands consistently, they're gonna probably be on the lower health threshold to mean that, like, those sorts of 12th Doctor lethals are a little bit more possible. I believe I had this one, which is just kind of, again, I've got a few ways of keeping River Song and Shroud. Just the general idea. I think we've got Lightning Greaves for that reason as well. Haste and Shroud. Just giving her Shroud means that she can keep going and no one can really deal with her. Oh. I do have a few ways that I'd like to target her, but also can't always. I think Spark Double is... let's see. You may have Spark Double into the battlefield as a copy of a creature, except it's blah blah blah. It enters on it enters with an additional loyalty counter if it's Planeswalker, and it isn't legendary. So I could actually have Spark Double come in as a River Song, which would be even more funny. So that, again, that's kind of like where we're going with a lot of it, where it's like, I can just have 2 River Songs sitting there, and it's like, hi everyone, I am now more than the threat. You cannot search your library, scry, or surveil, and you're gonna fucking die. I think it's fun. Because this was the card that I played against last night, I think. It was one of the decks. Because it's just funny as well, because it's just more draw. It's just, if you want draw triggers, this is really good, because it just means that you're just drawing your same hand with River Song again. Which is good for Psychosis Crawler. Because it will not see the state point between, because this is all a state beta, this is a singular action. So it won't die, but it will see the draws. So you'll ping everyone for that. Constant draw, which is why it's in there. I also tried to go with a lot of colorless mana choices. Because that way I could keep the red mana kind of low and the blue mana really high, so I commit more to one side. But I do think that obviously the weakness this deck has is you're going to have to mull for River Song's colors and probably a defensive thing for her, preferably. The benefit you have is that if you hit red and that's like red and colorless or 2 red, then you're set because you're very likely to draw into blue. And and yeah, go from there. But there's a lot of really funny ones. I think that there's a lot of cool ways to play with this deck, because it's like I can play cards from the top of my deck and then I draw from the bottom of the deck. So it becomes this really weird dichotomy where like there's levels of things, and that's why scrying and surveil, like scrying's so good, is because I see this card on the top. I really want this card actually in my hand, so I'm going to take this card from top and put it on the bottom, which is putting it in the front. Which is really funny. Oh yeah, eyes everywhere as well. Oh. Means that the whoever has this scries, and I could swap it with someone to get something they have. It's a fun idea. I like the thing. Now, I think we're kind of at the point where it's worthwhile talking about the Final Fantasy cards. Which I don't think there's much more that's been announced since I last talked about it, but I do want to talk about it in a bit more in depth. Because I feel like it's kind of worthwhile talking about it. It's a lot of the topics at the moment, and there's one specific card I want to talk about because it's been talked about a lot, and I think it's really funny hearing people complaining about this card because it's not a card that should be complained about. So I overall have seen most of the cards in here, and I've not been like overly impressed, I guess. But that's because, as I said the other time, I played Final Fantasy 1 and 2 when I was a kid. I absolutely loved the shit out of them, specifically 1. And at the moment, the only representation I have is Garland, and that is not a card that I really can play in the Commander zone easily. But I really love it. I do like the idea of the Garland. The problem is it's not really a Commander card. So to showcase what I mean by this sentiment, 2 mana, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil, and then for 7 total mana, 3 black, 2 red of that, and then 3 or whatever, return this from your graveyard to the battlefield, transformed, activate only as a sorcery, and then it goes to a 5/5 flying. When it dies, put it on the bottom of the owner's library. I'm sure from that, kind of the point's been made of just like, well, I'm probably never really gonna use Chaos. I would be using Garland, and it's like I'm basically only playing a 2 mana 3/2 that has non-creature spell Surveil 1. Which, I mean, it's not bad, but also doesn't really fit the hope that I had with wanting to represent Final Fantasy 1. 1 and 2 specifically. I do like the 2 reprints that we're getting. So we talked more about this another time as well, but the Dragon of Mount Glug is the ancient copper dragon from Baldur's Gate. And that's just a really nice art, personally. I like that. I'm not too caring on this because I don't know this character at all. But this is a Yuriko Tiger's Shadow reprint, which is pretty good. I know that's going to be very much appreciated. Then obviously you've got the 2 from the starter bundle, which is Sephiroth and Cloud. I stand by Sephiroth's a lot better than I think some people have given it credit, because it is a Massacre Worm in your command slot, and it's arguably a potentially better one because it has Vigilance, and it also has +1/+1 counters on Sephiroth, which in Dimir is pretty scary, potentially. There's a lot of ways for this to get through and kill. I've not been impressed with most of the other things. Yasholta is probably the only precon commander that we've had announced that I'm, interested in. Yeah, like, that's all I can kind of say towards that. Also, I can't remember what this transforms into. What does Emmett transform into again? Hades, Sorcerer of El. Vigilance, Echo of the Lost. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. I actually don't know which Final Fantasy this is. I'm assuming... Is this 14? Wait, is this actually going to tell me which Final Fantasy they're from? It is. Oh, cool. I actually didn't notice that. Yeah, see, so there's a little bit there that indicates which Final Fantasy it's from. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I assume the Final Fantasy is representing. Which is why, like, yeah, we can look through and there's 2 from Final Fantasy 1, technically, and that's the Dragon and Garland. It's a difficult one as well, because, like, what can you really do for the heroes from the first 2 games? Because they're kind of, like, amalgamous blobs, or, like, player things. Third one's not much better for that either. But, like, this would be a good card. I genuinely do think this Emmett's, Slitch, is really, really good. Especially with that, like, flip effect. The transform effect. I'm gonna be honest, the fact that this is, a transform effect versus this, which is a from the graveyard effect, makes this significantly better. But also, lore-wise, this makes sense for Garland, right? In fact, I'll be realistic. I believe Garland should have, if I'm being, like, slightly particular, it's if this would hit the graveyard, exile it instead, you can cast it for this while in exile to transform it. And then maybe made it a little bit cheaper. And then just made the body scarier, and then it would have been a really funny commander. But I don't think it would have been that obscenely strong. But clearly it's supposed to be very discardy, sort of, well, graveyard synergistic. And that makes sense. I'd be very interested to see what happens with this card, and whether or not, like, it could be done with something. We'll see as well as cards come out. But yeah, so Yashalta is probably the precon commander that I think looked the best for me personally. God damn, that huge, way too excessively anime art. I don't know how I feel about that. But that's because it's Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 is one that I have played. That's why I was like, I don't recognize this dude, even though it's Final Fantasy 14. I assume it's probably from a later one that I don't remember. A later, like, expansion. But yeah, like, Yashalta I do remember. And this one's just, it does lead to a really cool and interesting idea. So it's Vigilance, which I don't think you really swing with this, but hey. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Yashalta deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. So, immediately, what, like, anyone that's actually paying attention to this card's gonna realize, you put Curiosity on it, and, it's amazing, because it's then, like, an excessive card draw engine. Then on top of that, at the beginning of each end step, which is not your end step, it's each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life, this now means that, if a player lost 4 or more life. And so it's a singular player has to have lost that amount of health. It means someone could swing at someone else, or they can swing at you. It's fine if a player lost 4 health. I like that. I'm definitely curious about this precon. Like, this is the one that I'm actually interested in, because one, this card looks good, and two, this is the only one of the precon commanders that I actually know. Because I have not played Final Fantasy X, so I don't know Titus at all. Just straight up, do not know. I have not played Final Fantasy VII, so I do not know Cloud very well. Like, I know these two by just knowing them in general, sort of thing. And then Terra, I actually do not know at all. I do not know about Terra. Oh my god, what the fuck is that art? I kind of like that, but yikes. Wait, does that mean all of the precon commanders are gonna have an anime art? Wait. Oh, that actually looks sick. I'm assuming these are gonna be what the collector editions are gonna be. What's Titus's then? I actually like that more than this. I still don't know about these two, right? Because, like, this is hyper anime-y, whereas this actually looks like the game a little bit more, and that makes me a bit more inclined. But yeah, like, there is so much to hope for. Now, I've delayed it too long. I keep talking about other things. I want to talk about Jumbo Cactus. Cactar, sorry. Jumbo Cactar is a card that I have heard a lot of people complaining about, and it's really funny to me. Because anyone that's complaining about this card in the way that I've been hearing is a fucking moron. Oh no, dude, this is gonna be 1,000 damage getting swung at you. And, like, it's really easy to give trample and stuff. It's like, yeah. It's also a 7 mana card. But it's in green. Green can ramp up, yeah. And if they're just ramping to 7 mana, do you think you're not going to try and fucking kill them? It also probably means that they're not going to take the break to get the fucking Garruk's Uprising or whatever down for the trample effect. I'm going to be honest, I can't wait to see this card because the person, like the card, the way I hope that it gets done, I genuinely believe that this is the fucking hysterical part of this card. I want someone to play this in a toss deck. I want someone to toss 1,000 damage at my fucking face. That would be hysterical. But yeah, no, this is getting a lot of, like, this, basically it's one of those, like, loud minorities going, like, this card's broken. It's like, it's not. It's, realistically, when this card is coming out, you would have other cards coming out that are significantly better, that do way more than this will. And that's something that, like, I genuinely look at this, and that's what I think. I do not think this card is broken. I think this card is absolutely hysterical. Anyone that is going to try and convince me this card is strong is either doing it for attention or clickbaitiness, which I've seen that on some videos, or they're just not really aware of the game state in most things. In a hyper-casual pod, this will probably kill someone. But also, a hyper-casual pod, if you can play stuff like that, that's the point. But realistically, at that same time, like, I could go into a hyper-casual pod with a precon, and I would probably kill whoever's playing that deck. Because precons have gotten really strong in recent time. Like, that's a very hard thing to deny. But yeah, so That's why Yasholter I'm keeping an eye on, because I just want to see that precon when that does get announced. Because I think I could do something with that, maybe. We'll see. Just because, like... look, I stand by. I'm really sad that the representation for Final Fantasy 1 is so minuscule at this point. But I understand that this is really early on in the spoiler season, so expecting a shitload is not probably the correct thing to be doing. Right? I think that's pretty accurate. Let's see, what do we got? Alright, well... yeah, I'm just seeing... it's full draftable. Yeah, it's standard. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of negativity, and this is why I don't like reading comments a lot of the time. It's just a lot of people bitching about, like, how dare this unit... Look, I get people do not like the fact that Universes Beyond is now leaking into standard play a lot and things like that. I get it, I really do. But also, this is the thing, is like, if they're doing this, you kind of should just acknowledge that it's happening, and there's nothing really else you can do, right? Like, I don't know what else to really say. Other than, like, yeah, if you're not happy about, like, people saying these are wildly strong or wildly bad or anything like that, I don't agree with the sentiment. I think there's a couple of cards in here that are genuinely really good. Again, we've got 2 reprints of incredibly good cards here. So that's fine. I do stand by. I prefer more often than not to just have this sort of idea where it's reprints like this and then maybe some commander-focused ones. I still think that has been the correct thing to do with a lot of this, but I get that they're trying to reach out to a wider audience. This year's going to be a big kind of deal for Wizards, figuring out whether or not that ends up being the correct thing to do. Is there anything else on the spoiler docket? Isn't there supposed to be a set between now and then anyway? Right? Yeah, this one. Dragonstorm, right? I think this is what I'm thinking of. Factionalized clan gameplay and dragons. I'm guessing it's a bunch of art for it. Oh yeah, I heard something about this card. I haven't actually seen it yet. Narset, Jeskai, Waymaster, blue, red, white. Beginning of your end step, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you've cast this turn. Hmm. Interesting. But yeah, wow, that's a lot of precons. Wait, what? There's no way. I guess, yeah. So that's 5 full precons from the looks of it. Maybe this is the commander? Because that's her there, right? That's Narset. Interesting. I've been curious about this because, like, so that's ramp mana, summon dragons, cast extra spells. I can't read that easily. Something the graveyard, return with zombie druids. Make attack tokens, sacrifice them for value. Play defenders, turn toughness into power. I mean, that makes me interested because I do kind of like the idea of those silly sort of ones. Well, I guess there you go. So we'll see more about this soon then. With MagicCon's Chicago happening. Is there anything like in the news for it? No. Man, I still want this. This is actually a pretty solid site for figuring this stuff out, though. Gotta say, they do collate pretty easily. But yeah, no, I just wanted to talk really about the Jumbo Cacti, sorry, because I just find it really funny that there was someone, like, I think there was like 7 or 8 of us left in the store at this point, and there was just someone that was really adamant that this card was going to be super strong and irritating, and everyone, including me there, was like, no. No, it's not. It's not going to be that big a deal. Alright. I need to look at that properly at some point. Alright, what are we gonna do now? I wonder, is there any decks that I wanna... I probably need to update some of my old decks as well, actually, now that I think about it. Is this the one that I was actually using? Or is this the theory crafted one? This is the theory crafted one. I think this is the actual one that I was using. Because I need to update this list a fair bit. And I want to consider changes I might make to it. Because I'm still tossing up how I want to handle the Stellar Lee deck. Yesterday, when I played it, it just really didn't perform again. And I'm trying to think if that was just a... It's feeling too consistent in that. Like, it's consistently not hitting what I need it to. Okay. So, temple. I'm gonna have to stack these out in front of me and do, like, my weird stuff for trying to figure out what's in here and what's not. Okay, so here's my stack for sorcery, here's my stack for instants. I'll leave the special lands there and the normal ones there, creatures there. So I'm gonna need a lot of space for sorcery, because that's a hugely prevalent one in this. I think that's actually part of the issue as well, is it's so prevalent on sorcery that I need more flash mechanic. Potentially. It's like, I know, like, Frantic Search has been added, and I don't think that's on my list. Yeah. Yep. Inch. Let's go there. Okay. While I'm doing this, I might as well show my desk, right? So you can see me sorting through my cards. Do I have a good spot for this right now? Not really. To be fair, I'm not going to have that many artifacts, so I can go there. Sorcery, land, effect, creature, enchantment, land, creature, sorcery, the fuck you again, artifact, sorcery, special land, creature, island, creature, artifact, sorcery, enchantment, sorcery, instant, land, instant, creature, sorcery, enchantment, sorcery, land, mountain, which is also a land, sorcery, creature, instant, land, creature, sorcery, instant, creature, instant, creature, land, sorcery, instant. Instant, land. God, that would have been a hell of a draw cycle there. To be fair, I think this is these are pretty much all the cards I played the other night. So I haven't actually, or last night, so I haven't actually shuffled these properly yet. Sorcery, instant, perfect, specialty land. Blah. Alright. First things first, I'm gonna do a land count. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 islands, which is correct. 3, 6, 9, 11 mountains. That's changed then. Okay, Reliquary Tower is still there. Ferocious Lake. Cascading Bluffs. Frostball Snow. Sulphur Flats. Command Tower. Is it Boiler Works? Temple of Epiphany. I do not see Shivan Reef? Yeah. And Exotic Orchard is gone as well. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's correct, yeah. Exactly 8 of those, so I'm at 33 lands in this deck. We will see if that is actually a problem or not. Okay, in terms of sorceries, this is going to be a nightmare to search through. So let's try and get these in order. Brawls. Curse or Spine. Deep Analysis. I feel like I saw that a second ago. Elemental Eruption is in here. I know that for certain because I tried to play it last game. Elemental Eruption. Epic Experiment. I don't think that's in here. No, it is. Okay. Experiment. Expressive Iteration. That is there. Faithless Looting. Final Promise. Or Finale of Promise. Finale of Revelation. Grape Shot. Which is really hard to find that card. Lock and load. Mana Geyser. Fixes Mastery. Honda. Preordain. Rousing Refrain. Serum Visions. Treasure Cruise. Vandal Blast. Volcanic Torrent. And Windfall. That leaves us with 2 cards that weren't there before. That is Past in Flames. And Lunar Insight. And then that is all of the sorceries checked. It's one of the bigger piles that I'm going to have to go through, so that's good. Alright, let's go through the instance now. An offer you can't refuse, Arcane Denial. Big Score. Brainstorm. Consider. Have I removed Consider? Oh yeah, I had to. Yeah. Consider's gone. Counterspell. Galvanic Iteration. Negate. Opt. Tongify. Radical Idea. Refute. Think Twice, Thrill of Possibility, which leaves me with the new card that I know needed to be added, which is Frantic Search. Cool. Now, artifacts. Let's go through this. This is going to be much faster now. Arcane Signet. Forge's Foundry. Is it Signet? Midnight Clock. Soul Ring. Winged Boots means the reality chip is not on the list. Which was given to me for one thing. Well, technically, okay, so yeah, it is technically a creature. I'll give it that, yeah. It's just in the artifact category because it's basically an artifact. Alright, so I'll put it over there then. Okay, enchantments. I have 5 here. And I know what one's the new one, but let's just go through the normal thing. Curiosity, Propaganda, Shark Typhoon, 1000-Year Storm. New one is Case the Ransack Lab. Now creatures. Now that we have the reality chip in there as well, it's gonna make this probably a bit easier. According to this, what are we at? We're at exact legal, so it's probably creatures haven't changed that much. I don't think anyway. We'll see. May have switched one or two around. Oh no, I have. That's right. There is gonna be one change. So, Archmage, Iridimus, Balmor, Consecration, Coruscation Mage, Electromagnetic Field, Electrostatic Field, sorry. Iris Roar of the Storm. Firebrand Archer. Goblin Electromancer. Gutter Snipe. Portly Gen. Murmuring Mystic. Niv-Mizzet Panrun. Run. Visionary is no longer here. Stormclin. Artist. Reality Chip. Third Path. Thunderclap Drake. Baron. And Pyromancer, which leaves us with one last creature. Which is one that I added recently and I forgot about. Gandalf. Friend of the Shire. Flash. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. When the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Gandalf, Friend of the Shire, is your ring bearer, draw a card. I don't have much ring tempting at the moment. Well, I have none, so it doesn't really matter to me. Cool, so now this list is updated. Now we can actually look at maybe what upgrades I could do to it. So, I need to decide what this deck's doing. Because at the moment, it's got several cards in it that synergize with only a select section of the deck, and it's not consistent. And I'm curious as to an idea I had with thinking about how I wanted to handle this deck. But I don't think that's the correct way to do it. No, it's not. God, the amount of tokens I do make. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. It's definitely a spell slinger deck, so I think we take the approach of thinking about how do we, like, remove something like Panrun, I guess. Panrun's just too expensive. What cards are suggestible? Well, I know some cards that should go in. Twisted Fealty, I already see. Twisted Fealty should go. Wisp, definitely. I'm going... Can I... I'm gonna set this so it only sends to maybe board so we can go from there. So we know Twisted Fealty is like objectively just good. That's how you spell that. Dumb map gets there anyway. Like, I agree with those getting added in, because that's just great. Refocus as well. Now, I think there was a sorcery as well. Another sorcery that did the untappy thing. In an ETPs, you may search your library for an instance or sorcery with mana value 2 or less, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. That's tempting, actually. Oh god, that's very expensive though. Snap, return target creature in its hand. Yeah, it's Twitch. Twitch is really good as well. Dramatic reversal, is that a good one here? Yeah, dramatic reversal could be quite... potentially good, depends on the combo going for it. Born upon a wind. Is that a good idea for this? Means I can play spells this turn as though they had flash. So the idea is very clearly with Cell Elite, I'm trying to like instantly win the game with certain like big burst instant combos, right? Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn and untap it. Shore up, instant. Counter target instance of sorcery, transmute. Discard this card, search your library for a card with the same mana value as this card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Two. I don't really want to care about that stuff starts getting a bit excessive. The amount of counter spells stuff. Um... Then shuffle. I think that would probably be quite good, potentially. Instance or sorcery cast this turn can't be counted. Utility artifacts. When you cast your first instance or sorcery each turn, exile an instance or sorcery card at random from your graveyard, then copy it. Like, I don't like this just because it's a really annoying process to work with. Like, Sorcerer's class would be interesting, but like that, I don't know if we'd get there. And obviously, like, Railstorm Conduit or Crackling Wit, one of these two would be really good. Specifically this one, I think, because it's cast or copy an instant. So this is Magecraft. This deals 1 damage to target opponent or planeswalker, which is pretty good. I still don't like Exotic Orchard in this deck. I don't feel like, unless I'm talking about real high end, I don't think it's going to be consistent enough to be a playable one. I also just realized the camera's still kinda overlaying it right now, so let's hide the camera. Or I do what I did last time, which is I just place it down. Yeah, we can do that. You can still see me playing around with cards in my hand. I'm thinking. Because, like, Panrun I want coming out, and probably Balmor as well. Like, I think I'm gonna change it as well so Curiosity comes out. So the idea of this deck is very heavily moving away from creatures even being really a valid strategy for me. So I'm gonna I might actually re-add that one dude that gives me 2/2 Drakes on cast. I believe he's still in the creatures list for this. This one, Talrand. Sky Summoner. When I cast an instance or sorcery, I get a Drake token with flying. put that in instead of Niv Mizzet. I've already started shuffling, god damn it. There we go. I believe they're in here. And they'll be in this section. That's the premiums. These are the legendaries. Yeah, there's Golta and such. So I am looking for Tara. And then Niv Mizzet can join this pile with the other Niv Mizzet. They can Niv Mizzet in the corner. That does mean Curiosities like actively just doesn't really do anything in this deck anymore. So, I mean, let's see. So, Belmore will probably come out. Curiosity comes out. Ugh. So I think I need more Ace of Dice. I don't like the Crackling Spell Slinger that much. Maybe I'm misvaluing it. What the fuck's this card? Whenever you cast a spell, add 1 red. Until end of turn, you do not lose this mana as steps and phases end. Creatures you control have boast twice during each of your turns rather than once. I have no idea what that is. Alright, what's the other side? Discard a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. I mean, if I was to play it, I would probably playing it for this side, so I get the red mana when I cast. It's my immediate thought. Like, I feel like I kind of need stuff to just generate value for, like, generate tokens and stuff. All activated abilities. That's interesting though, because I could do a lot with that with Stellar Leap potentially. It's like all of these I have in there, and I genuinely think they're just great. Hindsight, don't really agree. Like, the only game changer I think's good is the mystical tuner into this deck, I'll be honest. But maybe I'm wrong. Chaos Portal. Snap I could see though. Snap could be an argument, because untap 2 lands and then I could potentially bounce 2 things if I Stellar correctly. I don't know. I need to figure out why this stalled so hard last time. I think it's just because I didn't hit any of my draw. I think Thousand Year Storm's a bait, the more I've thought on it. Because, like, it basically gives all of my spells Storm. Well, my instant sorceries. Well, instant sorcery Storm, I guess. It's weird. But for, whenever I cast instant sorcery, copy it for each other instant sorcery spell I've cast before this, I've cast, before it this turn. May choose new targets for those for the copies. So that basically means the first spell's kind of useless, then the second spell becomes insane. But I don't know if that actually offers enough to get me to a win, but I think it wins me more when I have it down. So if I'm winning and Thousand Year Storm comes down, then I think it's good, but I don't think it's enough to justify it being there because of that. Like, I think I need more flash and instant sorcery, instant speed play. Honestly, there's a valid argument for Leyline of Anticipation, which I wonder if it suggests in here. It doesn't. Interesting. Like, Fire Inscription is just another one of the ping on cast things. Which is just pretty solid. Maybe I should value Arcane Bombardment more. Because, like, there is a lot I could do with that. Exile an instance or sorcery at random from my graveyard. Yeah, maybe I am just devaluing it more than I should be. Like, it's probably honestly just better than Thousand Year Storm. Actually, it's better than Curiosity. Curiosity literally doesn't do anything in this deck anymore. I mean, it doesn't not do things. Because, like, I could put that on, Gutter Snipe, for example, and it'd be pretty solid. Or Firebrand Archer, or Electrostatic Field, or Coruscant Mage, or its token copy. Right? Like, I've just now listed a large quantity, so curiosity still can be decent in here, but not like obscenely so. 1000-Year Storm though, I still think it's just too niche a case scenario for it to be good. So let's try and find it and get rid of it. This is why I shouldn't have been shuffling this the whole time, but also, you know what? It is what it is, right? It's not that section. You don't order them alphabetically? What do you mean? Do you mean in my list? Because I have them ordered alphabetically. They're just in sections as well. They're alphabetical within their sections. If you mean the deck that I've got here that I've been shuffling, because it needs to be shuffled again, then yeah, it's not alphabetical anymore. Yeah, why would I have it? I had it alphabetical earlier. We organized through it to ensure that we had the cards that are in the list. We don't need to check more than that the rest of the time. Every time I finish playing cards game, I order them? Fuck no, that's a horrendous idea. You're just gonna make your shuffling situation worse every time. A deck does better when it's shuffled. It's like a teapot. You don't hardcore clean a teapot out after you've used it. You let it get a bit of the stuff on the sides because it actually creates a better, better tea. It's the same with your deck. It actively hurts you by doing it that way. I struggle with soap. That's fucking foul. You rinse it out. That's all you should do with a good teapot. You get all the statements out. Gonna fucking alienate yourself, I swear to God. Even the water kettle I scrubbed? Water kettle's fine. It's the teapot. That's what I'm saying. It's... So, in genuine statement on it, it actually is beneficial for it because it means that it doesn't rust as easily. Doesn't rust as easily, it holds the flavor out better, and it retains a lot of its durability in other sentences. There is a reason why workplaces don't do it. If a workplace isn't doing it, you need to consider why. Because you'd think it'd be considered a health hazard, right? Assuming I make the same tea each time. Nope. That's why you rinse it out. You need the layer to protect the kettle. This is not a joke. I do know what I'm talking about with this. There it is. Yeah, that's why you rinse it out. You do not wash it with soap. Also means that the tea can burn a lot easier. In fact, I could go through like an aggressively long list of reasons why. What material is the teapot? I don't have a teapot, but I still know this is the case. Typically, you're talking metal, though. Like stainless steel, something like that. Plastic, it's a bit of a different case, but still kind of same sentiment. The problem is plastic teapots are not really a good thing. Porcelain is a completely different argument because porcelain is actively just detrimental in a lot of ways, and you can never actually maintain a porcelain teapot correctly unless you're like got someone specifically dedicated to it, because it's really fucking disgusting how they have to be maintained. Didn't know stainless steel comes with a layer that can just come off with a sponge. Wait, what? Yeah. I mean, stainless steel's got a lot of problems with it as well. But no, when you're doing tea, it's basically once you get like a nice, good, soft coating on the inside of crab, it's good. Like, ironically enough, a lot of people would go like, oh, your teapot's got burned inside. It's like, no, that's actually the stuff to maintain it. But you should actually be, if you've got a teapot that's especially stainless steel, you should be using it semi-regularly to actually maintain it correctly. And you stream to make tangents. I mean, that's the best way to do it. I just have way too much random information that I can normally give like a educative response to any tangent, which makes me both really fun and really irritating. Reminder, teacher at heart. I did do a degree in education. Okay, so we took out Thousand Year Storm. And we put in Arcane Bombardment. There we go. So thoughts about single-use mesh for loose tea? I mean, it depends on your setup for it. Because, like, I don't have any huge problems with it. I've never really used it, or any cloth replacement. Basically, I don't want to strain it each time with steel mesh. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Steel mesh does get kind of annoying. I mean, like, yeah, getting the single-use ones is probably too bad. I hear it dissolves a little. With, what, the steel one? I mean, it dissolves as much as the single-use or cloth does. If anything, it's probably less. Especially if you're putting into a stainless steel, like, you're already kind of getting the thing. It depends on the quality of it, admittedly. But if you're talking about, like, the single-use ones, like, I mean, the amount that they would dissolve, if... It's one of those things that, like, it depends how you leave it, right? If you leave it poorly, then yeah, it'll dissolve. If you do it correctly, which there's plenty of stuff about that online, then, like, it's pretty knowledgeable. There's not really a huge difference, in my experience, though. With how, like, they both taste and, like, quality-wise. That's, like, in my experience of that. I mean, like, I'm not a huge tea drinker, I've just worked in an industry where I had to make a lot of tea. And in fact, there was a solid portion of time with what I would do is I would take the special, like, the boiled water thing, anyone that knows what I'm talking about, the box that you basically pull the lever and it's a scalding water that comes out of it. I would basically toss a bunch of tea bags into a pot, fill it up with that, and then just let it sit for a bit. And then I'd go around, fill up everyone's tea with that, and then I would just toss it all at the end. Just take all of the bags out and toss the remaining tea. Pressurized, I think. It's something, but it's not quite pressurized. But there's a thing about it. I know what it's supposed to be called, I just can't remember. Because I had to do maintenance on one of them one day. It was awful. So you're saying, just use loose tea and don't think too much about it, and just once a week boil clean water? No, I mean, like, you can rinse it. Like, genuinely, it's, after you use it, rinse it, don't scrub, don't, use excessive soap. You can use a little bit, but, like, let it form a layer, is what I would suggest when it comes to especially a steel pot. Like, that would be my main suggestion towards it. It's genuinely that simple. It's actually, like, arguably makes maintenance of it easier as long as you just do it correctly and it needs regular usage. So it doesn't, like, you don't want any liquid staying in it, though. That's the big thing. Like, once you've rinsed it out, you do need to dry it. You'd probably leave it upside down for a little bit of time, obviously, while you're doing other stuff, but, like, you do need to make sure it's pat dried. Yapping about tea because I never played Magic. I mean, yeah, Magic's a complex one. To be fair, at the moment, I'm still, like, kind of half deciding certain things if I want to do any massive changes to this deck. I've already done a couple of changes today that are, like, relatively notable. And I'm looking at this maybe board pretty intensely that we've tossed together. I'm kind of at this stage of being a little sick of this deck failing to quite meet my expectation of how it should be. Just putting in the Cactus Preserve that just arrived. Oh yeah, we talked as well about the Final Fantasy cards earlier, Matthew. It's very funny. How many cards in a deck? How much do you draw a game? So, with Commander, which is the format we're using, you have 100 cards, technically, but one of them also is your Commander, which basically sits in its own special slot. And then you have the 99 is what they're often nicknamed, which is all the rest of your cards. So if I just widen, I just need to move this so I can see the button. If I widen this out, ignore these cards here on the far right. That's real behind my head here. All the rest of these are the cards that are in the deck. This deck wants to play a lot of cards really, really fast and quickly and draw through my deck and ping people for doing that. And create a bit of a board, I guess, for it as well. It's nicknamed a Spellslinger deck very particularly. It's probably one of the most Spellslinger commander there is out there. Or one of the most prolific ones that's known about. How this one works, so keep in mind, Commander's in a special slot, so I can always guarantee getting it, is the idea. Whenever I cast my second spell each turn, so spell is technically everything if it's cast, so even creatures are they're creature spells, while they're in your hand or being played, and then they're a creature card on the board. But like once I've basically cast my second spell, I can exile the top card of my library and I can play that until the end of my next turn. And then I can tap this card, so it means I can't use this effect again unless it untaps, to copy a target instance or sorcery spell that I control. So if I'm playing an instance or sorcery, while I'm playing it, I can tap this to copy it. However, that can only occur if I've cast 3 or more spells that turn. So I need to be casting a lot of spells per turn to even justifiably get this card to go and do its thing. However, to give an example, and this is why I want to add Twisted Fealty to this, Fealty, whatever you want to call it. How this card works is it's gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap that creature, it gains haste. Then I create what's called a Wicked Roll token attached to it. Untap happens at the... Yeah, so untap, generically speaking, there is a step at the beginning of your turn where it is your untap step. So it's untap all of your things. But yeah, so this is an example here. So what this is going to do is it gives a Wicked Roll token to my the target creature. I can target Stellar Lee with this, because it's a creature I own, it doesn't matter. It gain control of target creature I already have. It untaps it, so there's already starting to see an idea going in your head maybe with this. And whatever, it doesn't really matter past that. Create a Wicked Roll token attached to that target creature. What this means is it gets +1/+1. However, when this aura is kicked off, which it's kicked off when you put another roll on it, all opponents lose 1 life. So what you do is, for the third spell, you play Twisted Fealty targeting Stellar Lee, you tap her, I actually literally have her right over here, wait. So you'd target it, you'd tap her, Then you'd copy the Twisted Fealty, you'd trigger it on her, so she untaps while one's still kind of sitting in the air here. She gets the roll, then she taps again, targeting this, getting another copy of the spell, targeting her. She then gets untapped, it pings off, and she now does 1 damage, and now I repeat the process infinitely. Unless it's broken at some point. So I just kill everyone at the board. Keep in mind, one of the core things as well, if you don't know this game, Jin, to keep in mind, Commander is a up to 4 player game by nature. It is typically like a free-for-all between 4 players. So, yeah. It matters, kind of that sort of stuff. The infinite loop? Yeah, infinite loop. There's a couple of other spells I have on this list over here for that stuff, but that's the main one to infinite loop into killing everyone. The best part as well is that, like, if something was going to kill me because of it, I can just stop as well, because it is fully on my choice. That's the reason why stuff like Twitch here, which is I can untap or tap target artifact, creature, or land, and then draw a card. If you have drawn all of your cards from your deck and then you're drawing a card, you lose the game. So I can draw all but all my draw but all but one of my cards if I wanted to guarantee. But then what's the advantage if I don't have a way of playing those cards, sort of thing, is the idea. And the problem with this deck is that it's not got good infinite mana, is the problem. It's got great ways of going infinite in a lot of ways, but not infinite mana. Because the land base is pretty minimal, land being the way you get your mana in this game, your resource to cast things. You have to play them to get them. That's why there's a lot of decisions being made about how I want to handle this deck, because, like, there's options I have, but I'm not sure I'm happy with much at the moment. One of the main ways to win with that sort of stuff is this card here, which is whenever I cast or copy an instance or sorcery spell, I create a treasure token, which a treasure token turns into mana. Yeah, like, Magic has all sorts of different ways of playing. This is very specifically this kind of thing. But yeah, like, there are more than enough different ways of playing. I mean, just, again, quickly showing another deck I have that's really sitting next to me as well, is this one, which is about, like, I discard cards from hand and summon things for free. Well, nearly for free. So, I want to be discarding cards from hand and summoning them so they're not counterable in the same way. I would have to find 2 more extra people to play. Well, I mean, that's the idea, is like, there's a lot of ways you can play this with people. It is a hard one to get into, though, because one of the things you have to keep in mind is that, like, looking at this deck here, right? While most of the... So I own all of these cards aside from the maybe board. I own, like, 1 or 2 here. No, I don't own any other ones there. But you want to know the problem? This is $144 US for this deck, according to this. Commander is not cheap because you have to get 100 cards. Finally done with McDonald's. Fair enough. But yeah, like, there's a lot of things to consider, where I'm just trying to keep to the, like, shorthand of things and the relevant information. That's why I'm, like, trying to do things. The delivery app, we're open right now. God damn it. Y'all need to stop talking about food during my streams. You'll make me very hungry. I have like 15 bucks at the moment till next week, and I kind of want to save that for, like, food between now and then. Because I need to buy some more rice and cheese. Pretty sure anyway, I should. Kinda low on some of those. I have nothing to eat since yesterday. I've eaten rice, and rice. It's because I make a shitload of rice at once, and it's like a kg of rice I make every like fair few days, and it's all I eat. It's not a thing that I'm happy about. Everyone goes, but rice is great. It's like, yeah, but if you're only eating rice, your fucking stomach sucks. Your nutrition sucks. You feel like shit. It's not fun. I'm honestly wondering how much I commit to the Storm play in this at this point. I feel like Storm is used purely for Magecraft at this point. Fresh rice is awesome, then use leftover rice and toss in pan with egg. Okay, so you wanna know the thing, Jin? One, I know exactly what you mean with that. Problem? What I'll preface with is, keep in mind, I have had a lot of cook training. I know a lot about food. I know how to make fried rice so many different ways, and my head explodes every time I think about it. I can't afford eggs. I fry my rice when I can, but I don't have time for that always. Like, before stream, I have to just nuke the rice that's in the fridge. I have nuked rice with a little bit of pepper on top, and that's it. Sometimes I toss cheese on because I'm fucking desperate for a flavor. Is that all cards? Unless said otherwise. A card can only be in a deck once. Oh, yeah. It's not a very essential thing to think about, though, when it comes to the stuff at this stage, Matthew, when it comes to Magic. Especially for someone that's, like, not currently playing Commander, or Magic in general. With this format, it's Singleton. Saying that just scares people, because it's confusing. But yeah, no, like, I just eat what I can. I eat as cheaply as I can, because that's all I could afford. So, trust me, I know. And I've done that for basically years at this point. And I'm at the age where I should not be doing that shit anymore. Oh, see, I'm not quite that bad, because like I said, I've trained, I've gone overseas for training for food. So I do know a lot of flavor profiles and stuff like that. I'll experiment a little bit, but I experiment within a scope of understanding that I have, which is... Again, there's no way of saying a lot of this without sounding like a complete ass, so I do apologize, but like, I do know what I'm talking about with that, so like, what I'm doing ends up with, even when I throw shit together, I have a decent dish. Like, I have not made, in the last, like, 5 years, a meal that I couldn't eat. Or that I was displeased by eating. I've had meals in that time, but not made by me. have that filters recipes based on what I have at the point. See, now that actually seems quite useful, I gotta say. The best part is I try and filter mine and it's just like, the fuck's wrong with you? If I had something like that. Is there any other cards I can think of? Sound fine. I mean, I'm not eating, like, any vegetables and barely any protein. No, I'm not fine. But the other thing about knowing a lot of stuff about food is I know a lot of stuff about nutrition. I am not fine. Trust me on that. Like, multiple weeks now, I have not had a single vegetable. Because it's just too expensive to get veggies as well. It's hard enough to get protein. I have to just get stuff to fill my stomach and hope that I can make it through. Not a good way of doing it. Tap that creature against haste. I mean, this is another one here. Claim the firstborn. Gotta love it. Time to airdrop some emergency aid. Nah, I'll live. Not well, but I'll live. It's on me. I'm the one that makes the decisions, right? If I make a decision that ends up with me having less money for food and more money for something else, that's on me. It's just, I have so many fucking bills nowadays. Ugh. Spell cost for each. Be on the first. Choose any number of target creatures you control. For each of them, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it has haste. Exile those tokens at the end of the. Nah, it's not that good here. Like, I don't think Twin Flame gets me a win. Just having a look at this card here. Because, like, I'd be wanting, like, something like Stormclan down for that. Stormclan, Firebrand. I guess, I have, again, it's one of those things, I have creatures that would be good with that effect. But, like, is there enough to justify? Like, what would I take out for it? Well, I mean, again, Curiosity's coming out at some point, but the problem as well is we still need to add in, like, a boost to some of these. I still think this card's pretty good. Instant, I mean, I can now cast at Flash and draw a card. So if I have, like, a decent enough mana base, I can just, like, use this to spam out a turn quickly on someone's instep. Get a couple of actions done in preparation for Stellar stuff. There's not enough for Twin Flame? Yeah, it's kind of what I think. It's like, it's not, one, it's not enough stuff for it, and two, there's so many other things as well. The problem as well is I still have, like, Finale of Revelation, which I don't think's that great. Let's see. Finale of Revelation. Draw X cards, X is 10 or more, instead shuffle graveyard into the library, draw X cards, untap 5 lands, and you have no maximum hand size. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna hit that at 10. And I feel like if I'm not hitting that at 10, like, on a semi-regular basis, there's just not much of a point. Because a potential spend 4 mana for draw 2, and then exile this card's kinda just shit, I'll be honest. But I'll never have the mana base for Final Revelation. Especially knowing, like, I'm trying to just spam cards out. Like, I could cast it for 0, as X, as just a trigger. But... like, I don't think X spells actually are that good in this deck. In most cases. Like, Curse of Swine's just good, because Curse of Swine's Curse of Swine. It's one of my best removal spells in this game, in this thing, outside of, like, Pongify. It's my only, like, wide board that's not, based on Storm. Epic Experiment has just been pretty disappointing, but I can do this for 2 or 3 and it'd be fairly consistent. Which that is like 5 mana, but it's like a Hail Mary play. And that's kind of the problem with it. What was Finale of Promise? I believe that's like from the grave, right? I cast up to 1 target instance and or up to 1 target sorcery from my graveyard, each with mana value X or less without paying their mana cost. If a spell's cast this way would be put into your graveyard, exile instead. If X is 10 or more, copy each of those spells twice. You may choose your targets for those copies. See, now that one's just good. Because, like, the amount of times I could probably play that at, like, again, X being 2 or X being 3, and just do so much with that. That's 2 cards coming back. Like, hell, I could do that with a Mana Geyser in the grave, and it's just an amazing way of getting the Mana Geyser going. Because it would maybe catch someone off guard, and I get, like, a shitload of extra mana. You also copy the mana for X if, So, with the with X spells, if I use Stellar Lee on it, I believe it copies it because it's copying it on the stack. That's the important thing, is like, if it's copied on the stack, it copies the current, mana value. It's the same as I think like the Forge I have in here has the same sort of problem, but a solution as well, where it's like, so I can tap add blue. When you spend this mana to cast an instance or sorcery spell with mana value 3 or less, you may exile that spell instead and put it into, instead of putting it into the owner's graveyard as it resolves. And then I can cast spells, yada yada yada. So while that's on the stack, so when it gets cast, it cares then. So if I use an X spell and it goes to like X5 or whatever, it's not going to count that, because that's not a thing. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else I'm doing to this deck other than, like, taking Balmor out and then taking out, like, a couple of other things, like Curiosity. and adding in like Twisted Fealty, sorry, and a couple of those other ones. I don't think this deck changes much more than that. If I want to keep it as a bit more of like a casual, fun one, but having like some options. Because the problem is, it's a Storm deck, it's going to go off and do silly things. If it hits any of its pieces, it's just going to do shit. Would Mind Splice Apparatus might be good. Which one's that one? Yeah, Mind Splice Apparatus. Let's see. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on this. Instants and sorceries you cast cost one less to cast for each oil counter on this. Being flash makes it a little tempting. What would it go in for? Because at this point in time, that maybe board's already a problem. Because we're wanting speed and cast. It is probably not a bad bet, because this deck does like cost reduction for things, as well as like this makes the X-Spell significantly better, right? When you have cost reduction like that. I mean, we did just recently add Talran in. We could take him back out for that sort of thing. Because, yeah, like, Rousing Refrain's just really fucking good as well into a lot of decks. It's the same reason why Mana Guys is great. It's just, like, great ways of generating a shitload of mana all of a sudden. After you see what won't work. Yeah, like, that's what I'm thinking. I've already tuned it a little bit more, but I need to... I think before I play it, like, significantly again, I think I need to remove the last couple of cards, because I've taken out the Niv Mizzets. This is the big one, right? Both the Niv Mizzets have been removed from this deck now. This is what the current deck looks like. This is the maybe board. Twisted Fealty, I want going in, but I want to get at least a couple instant untaps as well. Preferably stuff like Shore Up that's super cheap and Cerulean Wisp that's super cheap, because having instant speed untapped means that if someone tries to break the Twisted Fealty combo, unless they have two ways of splitting it out or a way of destroying the stack above, so Split Second for example, I can still keep the Stellar League combo going. Because all I need to do is hold one mana open when I cast Twisted Fealty, right? As the third spell for turn. Like, I tap 4 mana or whatever, maybe I may need less, but like I tap so I have one blue sitting there on the like floating. I play Twisted Fealty and tap Stellar League onto it, get the copy, and then if someone wants to counter, they're going to have to either counter both of them, which is still not going to happen, because if I can untap Stellar League, because of trigger order, I'll still be able to capture a Twisted Fealty before it disappears, and all of the stack resolves. Like, that's the point of this deck, is that, like, if I get that combo going, I'm guaranteed it. But if I've not got that combo going, then I'm a little less guaranteed. One blue mana, don't forget, after Shore Up, Stellar League has Hexproof. Yeah, Shore Up has Hexproof, gives Hexproof, which is great. Cause that's why I say like Cerulean Wisps or Shore Up's really good. This one draws a card, that's the only reason it's kind of nice. But like both of those are great. Because yeah, with Hexproof, that's awesome because as a reminder, Hexproof means opponents cannot target. I can target it, but the opponents can't target it with, once it's got Hexproof. That makes the Stellar League combo fully infinite and like even less interactable. So sure, like I do think Shore Up, Cerulean Wisps, and Twisted Fealty go in. I think Born Upon a Wind is a good one as well because it means that like if I'm going in for that turn, right? If I'm going in for the execution, I can do it on someone's end step. Because Twisted Fealty is sorcery speed. That has to be kept in mind. So, unless I've already got, like, Gandalf down, good old friend of the Shire, I have to have a way of doing that. Because, yeah, you may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. Gotta love that. Doesn't really care about the third bit of his text, though. Whenever the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Gandalf, friend of the Shire, as your ring bearer, draw a card. I have literally nothing in this deck currently that tempts the ring. Or the ring tempts with. I mean, I can just toss that onto the maybe board, though. The Mind Splays apparatus. It's not hard to just set that up. I just want this deck to be able to play cards. And the problem with it at the moment is that it just doesn't play cards often enough. Cause yeah, like, I mean, I could always just go to the top here, because one of the scariest parts is there is so many combos here. Underworld Breach, Lotus Petal, Brain Freeze. Wait. Which one's Underworld Breach again? Each non-land card in your graveyard has escape. The escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost plus exile 3 other cards. Brain Freeze. Oh, it's the Infinite Storm Mill. Where, yeah, have at least 6 cards in your graveyard plus an additional 4 if Brain Freeze is in the graveyard. And you just kind of infinite cycle this. Like, this here is a perfect way of doing, like, the stupid infinite. I don't like this. I think Curiosity might need to go. Yeah, no, Curiosity's going. So, again, Curiosity, Balmore, and, like, 1 or 2 other things are already on my list to remove. I'm just... There's a reason why I'm not removing it right now. Because I don't have something to replace it right now. That's actually good. That's why I'm doing the maybe board stuff. I can maintain Curiosity for now, though, as an argument, purely because of stuff like Firebrand Archer, Electrostatic Field, Coruscation Mage, and etc., right? Like, it's not that it can't activate. It can still do stuff. There is more than enough, thing... Oh, and you're like, Gutter Snipe as well is in here, as well, right? Like, it can still be used, it's just not as effective as it was before. It doesn't lead to infinite draw combos. But yeah, so cast Lotus Petal from your graveyard for its escape cost by exiling 3 cards beside Brain Freeze from your graveyard. Repeat the step from step 1 additional time. Cast Brain Freeze either with or the graveyard. But yeah, it's infinite self-mill, infinite, near-infinite mage triggers, near-infinite mill. So I can just mill everyone. That's a combo that, like, I don't want to do, because that's just boring. Because, yeah, like, especially this one, that ain't happening. So much of it is Underworld Breach as well. There's a lot of scary ones. There's one where is it? I've seen, well, obviously that's there. Trying to remember which one it is. Is it Reiterate? Yeah, I think it's Reiterate. Basically gives you, evident copies of things, if you do it correctly. Yeah, like this one as well. This just gives you a shitload of mana. But yeah, I had these two before. Seething Song with this as well. This just gives you, like, all the mana you'll ever need. Which is just not really fun for me. And now that we've taken 1,000 Year Storm out as well, just because it's... I just don't think 1,000 Year Storm is enough to justify its position. Like, it's a 6 mana cost. It is Storm only on instant sorcery effects. And it's not even Storm, it's instant sorcery Storm. So it only cares about instants and sorceries I've cast. I stand by, it's a win more card. It's if I'm already about to win, I just win faster or harder. Ah, yeah, for Fury Storm as well is a fuck another one. This one gets really insane. I mean, you only need to cast your commander like twice, and this just gets absolutely out of control. But yeah, there's, what is this suggesting? Is that a flicker effect? You have cast at least 2 spells this turn. You have enough mana to cast at the instance of sorcery. Stellar does not have summoning sickness. Cast the instant sorcery by paying its mana cost. Holding priority, activate Stellar Lead, tapping it, resolve the copy of the instant sorcery, creating at least 1 creature token. Yeah, and then do it from there. Yep. I mean, that would also work, but if access due to his other side. I wouldn't know what the other side is off the top of my head. Let's see. I wonder if I can just look at the card. See if we're from there. It doesn't say anything there for it, right? No, but let's see. I'm assuming it's this one? Okay, so, Double Strike, Witchcraft. Whenever you cast a copy of an instance or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary card from your graveyard to your hand. The other side is sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. This spell costs 2 less for each creature you sacrifice away. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. Create a 3/6 black and red avatar creature token with haste, and whenever this creature attacks, deals 3 damage to each opponent. Good lord. That's just disgusting. Yeah, sorcerer in the command zone. That's fucking disgusting. I love that. Like, that's getting cast a lot more often than it probably should be. Because you just need, like... Yeah, you just need a little bit of token generation, especially, which in Rakdos isn't hard. That gets silly very easily. You can cast that fairly frequently, with quite high potency. And then with, yeah, with the casting of that, whoa, that's spooky. I mean, even this side of it's good. And that's the best part. This isn't even Rakdos. This is, black, red, white. Because, white's on this side. I forgot about that. That's a hell of a color combination. It's alright, it's, yeah, I kind of clicked to that. Double strike as well. Isn't white is known for token? Well, I mean, white has, like, some of the more, is one of the most infamous, like, token doublers in the game, if I recall, enchantments. So yeah, no, you can get a lot of tokens out with that kind of deck. That would not be hard, especially pretty early. Especially if you build your deck according to that, right? The funniest part about this is that, like, this is a commander that you could cast the commander, and now everyone wants to leave it on the board because they're fearful of if it hits the grave, if it gets returned to the command zone and you just start casting that sorcery for free. Like, that's actually the funniest part about this. Like, you can do some damage with this. This sounds like a funny deck. Wow, Ojo goes hard with this. Yeah. Like, yeah, I was just about to say, like, Aristocrat deck of this. Yeah, and then Fairy Swarm is a win con. Sounds really nice. This is an interesting deck idea. Because this is like Spellslinger, but in such a different way. Because it's Spellslinger, but not, as well. It's Spellslinger Aristocrat. That is such a wild concept. So I can reduce command attacks. Yeah, like that's the thing is I genuinely, you want to probably play the commander out like the commander once or twice. Like just to get your, like an established board. But like the thing is, it's such a threat, they need to remove it. But can they actually remove it without like backfiring on you? Also, Blood for the Blood God actually would be insane with that one, right? That actually seems really good, because that's just going to be free on, like, a lot of turns. thing dying on mass, which makes it only cost the color money. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Is like, especially in the later game, like you're gonna wipe your own board constantly. This is a weird combo deck. And like, it is a combo deck. You cannot convince me this isn't combo deck. Because the funniest part is if you have... Let's see. If you have Young Pyromancer and Blood Artist on, Stormclin down as well, and probably Heightless, you have Pure Infinite. Something along those sorts of lines. Like, it's not hard to create an Infinite that kills everyone. The best part is that it's making God avatars, so it's in favor. I mean, yes, because they're, where is it again? Red avatar tokens, yeah. It is kind of cool. Yeah, no, there's a few ways that this could be done that's really good. Like, really good. I mean, okay, so you want to hear me, like, kind of say something that I've been considering for a while? I kind of want to make a Storm Artifacts deck. Or, like, an Artifact Storm deck. I kind of want to. Because, like, I've been thinking about it a lot. And, like, some of the stuff I've heard about how those decks play sounds interesting to me. Because it kind of reminds me of this sort of deck, right? The Stella Lee one. But it's more about actually having shit on your board. And the main reason I kind of thought about that is actually in relation to the new Final Fantasy commander. One of the precons that I talked about. Because, like, I was listening to someone say that Yasholto actually might be a really good artifact Storm deck, because a lot of them will be CMC less than 3, or CMC 3 or greater, right? Like, there's a lot of ways of having them be mana value 3 or greater to get the constant effects going. The question is, so when you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, when is it checking the cost? Because if I have cost reducers, is that actually going to trigger? As often. When does it view the cost? Because we were talking about this earlier, like, certain ones care about the cost at certain points. I'm wondering. Because obviously I'd like it to be the way I want it to be. Then I could probably consider playing it that way and make a weird artifact deck. Mana value is a CMC of the spell, is not taking mana reduction into account. Cool, so yeah, it would work then. So you just get a bunch of artifact cost reduction and run that, yeah. I wonder how good that would be. I bet Architect doesn't have the spoilers on, right? If I try and do like a new deck with a Shelter as the commander, it's not going to exist. It's also thinking about building a bobbleheads. Yeah, like bobbleheads would work with it, right? So, is that... I don't think it's going to come up, though. No, it does! I'm surprised that it comes in already. I have to say, I do wonder what the deck's gonna have with it, like how this is actually built. Because I'd assume it's supposed to be for spells, like spell slinger, not artifact. The card will be marked as not released. Yeah, I do know that. I'm surprised that they've got it in this early, because I know the error is gonna come up saying it's not legal until its official pre-release date. Because I remember that from the Hashton deck. Yeah, no, I know. Is it on EDH Rick yet? It is. Because yeah, I'd assume it's gonna be like a Spellslinger deck. What are people thinking already? Unstoppable Plan, yeah. Curiosity, yeah, of course Curiosity goes in there. Yeah, so this is what I was expecting. Sheoldred the Apocalypse. So, the two ways I see this deck going at this point in time is it's a mid-range Drain deck, or it's a Artifact Storm deck. Right? And the rationale... The artifact cost reduction? Yeah. It looks like they're building both, is what I'm seeing here. I mean, like, Esper Sentinel's in here, that's not so surprising. So far I'm seeing fairly generic stuff. Do you really want to do a veto deck with this? I mean, you could. Do not agree with us. I do agree with Valley. The archetypes are not split yet. Yeah, like, Control, EDH, Spellslinger combo. Like, they're all very early on in the design. And things. But, yeah, the fact that this is getting a suggestion here is already saying quite a bit to me. I wonder if Emmett Silch is gonna be actually worth it to play for this kind of deck. You're not gonna probably be looking for recursion, artifact recursion that much, right? So maybe it wouldn't be a bad one. Just gets you like a big burst turn, potentially. Because like, okay, so objectively speaking, let's just go through the cards we know need to go into this. Curiosity, 100% of the time, I don't think anyone's going to disagree, that goes into this deck. Because if you put Curiosity in your Shelter, she becomes a fucking hell of a draw engine. Right? Frantic Search is probably just good. The problem here, there is the instants and sorceries. What do you mean? Like these ones? Or these? You play Magic, list every card? Fuck no. Because, like, if we're doing Artifact, I do think Unstoppable Plan goes in. Because that's just good. Probably there for instant sorceries. Oh, okay. Well, Hades. Yeah, actually, that'd be a hell of a scary thing. A Spellslinger deck with Hades in it? Well, Emmett Silch, just because of the Hades effect. I wonder if Emmett Silch goes into my, Hashton deck. Probably wouldn't be a bad one in that. One less to cast, Voyager, Quick Welder. I think Voyager can go. Yeah, I think we're gonna commit to the, if they're gonna do this, it'd be Artifact Storm. And I can use this as a reference point for Artifact Storm in general. But yeah, Frantic Search, I do think that goes in. I think we do a blue primary deck. I guess Obsidian Eye is also just another Curiosity. Or Ophidian, whatever. I honestly think Esper is correct. Right? If we're thinking it's an artifact deck, that's just an incredibly good synergy card. Just because it's basically Ristic Study for us. But better. In a lot of ways. I don't think Lotho's that good into this one. Well, I mean, Lotho's objectively good, but I don't think a Lotho's that great into this. Maybe. More than 27,000 in Magic. So quick question, are we counting uncards? Yikes. Do not list them all in my chat. You're gonna get flagged by YouTube if you try. Creatures you control of power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. If an ability of a creature you control power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. I mean, doesn't that work with Sentinel? Yeah. So I could get 2 draws off of people. Oh. Type it up in a Google Doc. God. Orcish Bowmaster, I mean, again, it's one of those ones where I don't agree with this. Like, I know what's going on, and this is basically people making tryhard decks and those flooding into these stats. That's why Thassa's Oracle's here, because I don't think Thassa's Oracle's how you want to actually play this deck. Same with Veto. I do not think Veto is how you want to play this deck. I think you... Again, actually, no, let me correct. I think you can play Veto in the other version, but I don't think Thassa's go into that one. Does it? Do we think? So again, keep in mind, the two variants we're talking about is Artifact Storm or mid-range, where like Sheoldred's a big payoff, right? Where you want to like slowly be whittling them down, but also gaining a lot of life. Also, hey, you know, luck, how's it going? It's been a hot minute, how you been? But yeah, like, Sheoldred, Cabal, right? Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, they lose 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Like, these two here are a perfect example of what you can do with this deck if you were to do this other way. But we're suggesting this way because this means that you're doing a little bit more tempo and active play. And just, I think that's more fun. I think we can kind of agree on that, at least. More fun to be active than non-active. Yeah, so Valley Floodcaller, you can cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. That means we can play artifacts and enchantments with flash. Just non-creatures, that's fine. We don't really mind. Sig, River Cutthroat might not be bad. Because it means that we're getting more out of the shelter effects. I'll come back to that. I think Dutiful Replicator, Mirror Work, and Mental Core might be good as artifact copying. Yeah, no, I do know there's some artifact copying that I think we're gonna want. I'm just seeing where we can get with like what's here immediately. God, Ginger Tax is the Grace says this one. Isn't this? That's, yeah, it's Phyrexian, it's not, artifact, yeah. Grand Arbiter. Could always do that. Be a real asshole. Yeah, most of the people are playing this very Demir styled. Solemn Simulacrum wouldn't actually be bad. Displays the kitten to flick a lot of rocks. Oh yeah, it can target fucking rocks. I forgot about that. Yeah, displace the kitten for rocks. Yeah, because we're gonna want a lot of mana rocks, right? I think Solemn Simulacrum isn't a bad one. But, I don't know. We can come back to it. I do think Sink and Stupor is probably good. Yeah, just because we do get that dual land from it. It's a good 6-legged kitty. Exactly. By that, Fell the Profane might not be a bad one either. Yeah, so many people that are playing this in, like, the shitty combo ways that I don't like. That, like, I think other than CEDH, I don't think are the correct way to play this. Commander. Commander. Oh, it's Commander. Fel the Profane is the most of the blade. Yeah, I see that. Like, it's been. I think Fel the Profane's great. I think it's a really good card in, like, the decks that want it. But, like, my fear is this deck's gonna be a blue deck, right? I think we can all, like, kind of agree this is a blue deck. So we're gonna commit more to the blue side of things. I rotate Grand Arbiter as a commander because he's not that fun to play sometimes. Yeah, I understand that. I 100% agree. I get that. Create a token that's a copy of a target creature you control, except it isn't legendary, is really tempting for your shoulder. Because we just get way more procs if we use Quantum Misalignment. I think that would be funny. It also can be used on other things like, again, artifact-related stuff, right? It's a really fun copy effect. So this is where we get to the point where I'm gonna now just toss in, like, Commander Sphere. Because while Commander Sphere is kind of on that, like, tightrope of being good, normally, like, it kind of justifies it by it can mean sacrificable, it's 3 CMC. Your shoulder wants what again? Oh, value 3 or greater. Oh, would you look at that? Cloud Key. Yep, Cloud Key is a good one as well. We're gonna probably want stuff like Flash, as well. We've talked about that earlier. This is a good one. It's also, again, above our marker that we want. Unwinding Clock. Crawl Space. No more than 2 creatures can attack you each combat. Kinda tempting, I'll be honest. There is a lot more artifacts we're gonna want, but these are the only ones I can see at the moment. Oh, this one. This enchantment sounded insane when I heard about it. Helm of the Ghast Lord. To counter Endless Water, agree. Thorian Dynamo, yep, I'll agree with that one. And Bobbleheads, yes, I agree with the Bobbleheads. I think that'd be hysterical. But no, so this enchantment, in case people haven't seen this, Helm of the Ghast Lord. Enchant creature, so it's an aura, yada yada. As long as enchanted creature is blue, it gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. Then, as long as this creature is black, it gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, that player discards a card. Hey, Yashalta, what colors are you again? Oh, that's right! Ping, ping, ping. The beauty of the idea of Yashalta with this kind of deck is that you're going to consistently be able to ping, heal, and deal, like, a decent bit of damage. Mystic Beast. I'll have a look in a second. Leyline's tempting as well. Leyline's very tempting. Just as a, yeah. Oh yes, this one as well. Sigil of Sleep. So, Sigil of Sleep is whenever an enchanted creature deals damage to a player, return target creature that player controls to its owner's hand. So now, not only am I making them potentially discard cards and I'm drawing cards, I'm now also making them bounce cards back to hand, which is just this really funny thing. If you have Unwinding Clock, I say, and they already added it. Yeah. We've got Unwinding Clock, and we've also got Unstoppable Plan, which is the new one that does kind of the same thing. But, technically better, because this is only untap artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. This is at the beginning of your end step, untap all non-land permanents I control. So with those in conjunction, it's pretty fucking insane. Okay. I don't think we look at lands yet. I just don't think looking at lands is gonna do us any good. So let's just look at our mana rocks. So, Decanter. Definitely. The clock does it more, the plan does it more stuff. Yeah, that's the best way to think about it. Make Chromatic Lantern good again. Midnight Clock. Would that be good here? Might not be bad. Relic of Legends. Relic of Legends wouldn't be too bad. Thran. More. Stuff. Completion. I agree. Very. Basalt Monolith might not be a bad one either. Because that's going to get untapped constantly, and that's just 3 mana. Especially if we have, Clock and... Unstoppable Plan. That's just actually a really good card. Right? Doesn't untap during your untap step. We don't really care. I see that actually being really good. Okay. So we're gonna need... We need better ways of closing out the game. Do we want the 2 mana rocks? I don't think we want the 2 mana rocks. I think we just want cost reduction now, right? Cost reduction, more threats, and a bigger board that we can build faster. Because, like, 2 mana rocks just don't get us there. Gilded Lotus? Which one's that one? Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Deanstone Hedgeroad. I don't think that's here, so I'll have to look that one up separate. Yeah. I do agree with the Gilded. Gilded is pretty good, because potentially that's coming down for less than 5, and that's 3 of any color. Okay, let's start looking up. I'm gonna start closing these ones over here. And we're gonna start looking up some of these cards so we can go through them. Alright. And the bobbleheads. Bobbleheads we'll look up properly in a sec though. But I do think the bobbleheads kind of go in here. We need more shit on the board. Is one thing we're gonna have a problem with soon. We are still only at 26 and we haven't done lands. So we have a lot to work with. As well as it's an artifact deck, so we can get away with a little bit worse of a land thing. Because we're going to have a lot of mana rocks. Alright, so let's go through these things. Stick... Misspell that? Or... Come back to that. So... Sack this, draw 3. Yep, no. Especially if we're doing, semblance animals. What was that one? Enters the battlefield, you may exile a non-land card from your hand. Spells you cast that share a type of the exiled card cost 2 less. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have enough artifacts to do that, right? And Foundry... Spectral. Which I think that's another one that's just a cost reducer for artifacts. Yeah, so that's definitely going in. Ironically enough, we could have Urza Chief's Artificer in there. Artifact creatures you control have menace. At the beginning of your end step, create a 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature. Might not be a bad one. How many pictures of real people do you have on your phone camera roll as opposed to anime? I barely have any anime. In fact, you want the Reels thing? So in my camera roll, if we're just talking camera roll only, it is only people. If we're talking my save stuff, it's mostly memes. And second to that would be fucking whatchamacallit. I mean mostly memes. It's mostly memes or it's mostly snippets from stories or textbooks. Genuinely. Urza Chief Artificer. Is Urza Chief Artificer a good choice in here? Love the energy, positivity of the stream, you're an inspiration. Thank you. Archmage. I'll have a look at that one in a second. I'm still trying to toss up if Chief Artificer goes in. Right? Because, like, artifact creatures having menace and then getting the constructs would be really nice. Because we're going to have a wide board of artifacts. And it is the right colors. Like, it'd be a nice finisher sort of thing. Well, not a finisher, but like a lead on to the end. Good game ended. Yeah, like, I think it's just one of those ones where, like, that comes down, that's gonna be a big threatening piece. And it's pretty good, especially, you know, it's got affinity for artifacts. We're gonna get it out relatively cheaply. And that's gonna drag a lot of threat away from your shelter. Gives us bodies developing onto the board, which is a good one as well. Emery might be good. Emery might not be a bad one either. Alea might not be a bad one either. Oh yeah, this one. This is a new one that's amazing. Voyage Home. I genuinely think it's a really good card. What's this one? Prowess. When this creature enters for each opponent. Third to the library. Card might be a good shout. Which one was that one again? This one. Khan's Legacy Reforge. Power and toughness is equal to the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to set it like 4 is the average we're seeing, which isn't too bad. At the beginning of your upkeep, add 1 colorless for each artifact you control. This mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Until the end of turn, you don't lose this mana as it goes through phases. Ooh, that is good, actually. Saying it's $100 here and it's saying it's like $11 there. Alright then. Let's see how it is, game. It's because it's showing. Why does it do this, man? Why does it fucking put on the wrong one sometimes? Because I bet if I put it to like this one, it's gonna go to basically, but yeah, it's no money. By comparison. Fuck, the foil's more expensive, less expensive. I'm just gonna do that for my own sanity so it doesn't look like this deck's significantly more expensive than it actually is. Artifact lands, actually, good point. While we're not doing lands yet, I do think I should toss in the artifact lands. Well, I remember. It's a good point to keep in mind. Forgot they existed. I still think Emery might not be a bad one. Right, what was the next ones that I was looking at? Okay, let's go through these. Veld. Hello? Veld. Okay, let's just try an art winning. No, it's not going to show me the one that I want. Is that sorry for flooding you. No, it's all good. I'm just more like having moments where I'm like, I don't know if I'm spelling it wrong or not. We'll move on to the next one then. Riddle. this. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Probably not a bad one. But yeah, no, I agree with Dispatch being just really good. We have to be careful though, because we do want to try and keep to blue more. Like one mana and that's fine. But I do need to keep that in mind. Shimamere, that's actually a good point. Does have higher CMC? Okay. Is Riddlesmith what I think we need? Yeah. I mean, yeah, Draw Engine's probably not a bad bet. Like that. Okay, where am I at? Thought custom, let's see. Thought cast. Affinity for artifacts, draw 2 cards, yeah. Now, there is certain ones that I am thinking about that I kind of want to grab. Trying to remember what they are. Organic Extinction might not be the worst either. Just keeping that in mind. Thought Monitor might not be a bad one either. Psy might not be bad. Deem's always a solid answer as well. Thought the Spy Network seems pretty decent though. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control an artifact, create a 1/1 colorless, stop their artifact creature with a token flying. Whenever one or more artifact creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. As well as Bobblehead. Yeah, Bobblehead I remember. Bobblehead is one that I'm probably not going to be able to do for a while though. That's the problem. That can't go in. Hyperdrive Awaken is interesting. Yeah, I'll have a look at the other ones in a second. Battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on a camp near, and it can't be blocked this turn. Master of Ethereum's not too bad. Reality shit might not also be bad. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the Vildarken. If you cast artifact, draw a spell, or draw a card. Problem is, it's not got great things for it. Yeah. When it enters the battlefield, you may return target card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Artifact card. That's interesting. That does fit our colors. Keep that in mind. Right, where are we at now? Duty. Replicator, wasn't it? And what was this one? Because, is this the one that I think it is? If it's load. Yeah, so this is starting to get in the direction I also kind of want to look at, which is copy effects. I know there's a couple artifact thing, like artifact straight up copy effects. Like when they come in, pay whatever and you get more. So we get like just more shit, which is definitely appetizing. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2. If you do, create a token. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I was about saying. Some of those kind of effects. What's that new commander that does, I think, something similar to this? I think it's a start your engines one, but that's blue-white, I believe. That new commander. It has got a lot of people's attention as well. Because I know that like a few people are lining it up to be like a really good card. Thinking of him for a bobblehead commander. That would probably work, yeah. But yeah, no, this dude, so power is equal to the artifacts, and then at max speed I can pay 1 when an artifact, when I cast an artifact, get another copy. I honestly think he's a genuinely great commander from what I've seen, especially for like a spell, like a artifact storm deck. And I think he'll be good in this as well. Like, sure, I'm probably not going to make a huge amount of value out of the thing immediately, but hey. Right? Well, there's another artifact spells cost 1 less to cast. Yeah, this is probably a great place to look, because this is a sort of thing what we're looking at. Like, Urza High Lord Artificer is just insanely good with this stuff, but I don't think we need him, nor want him. think we'll do the Archmage. Ah, K9, how tempting you are. When my battle spell enters the battlefield, create 4 1/1 colorless Mire artifact creature tokens. When my battle sphere attacks, you may tap X, untap my control. If you do, this gets X until in the thing. X is the in turn and deal X damage to yeah, that sounds interesting. Dual artifact lands you can add. Oh, I'll definitely have a squizzy at those in a sec. Oh, you know what I do need? What's it fucking called? There it is. Yeah. Cyberman Squadron. It's a fucking insanely good card for this kind of deck. Yeah, we're gonna we might end up having a little bit of the Doctor Who villains deck in here at this rate. There are a few of the things in there that are pretty fucking good. Yeah. March of Progress. Hang on a moment. Choose target artifact creature you control. For each creature chosen this way, create a token as a copy of it. And it has Overload. That would be fucking hysterical, actually. That's tempting. Okay, this is one of the ones I knew I need to add. Like, if you're doing this kind of deck, you have to add this. Simulacrum Synthesizer. Is most of the thing. Desynchronize. What was desynchronize again? That was... desynchronization, this one, right? Return each non-land permanent that's not historic. Well, yeah. That is a pretty scary board wipe for me. You may look at the top there, you may play artifact spells. Pay 1 life, exile the top card of your library. I said Forge might not be bad. Yeah, artifact on the battlefield's tempting. Ooh, Guidelight Pathmaker's kind of cool, I'll be honest. Ooh, Salvation Engine's also kind of nice there. So Salvation Engine, because it's going to be behind my head most of the time, so I'm just going to explain it. It's an artifact vehicle, 6/10 for 5 mana. Other artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. When this vehicle attacks, return up to 1 target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield, but it has crew 6. That's the thing, though. We're probably going to get that. We could probably make enough Thopters to crew that. Like, we'd only need 2 Thopters to crew that. That's the funny part. Because it gives +2/+2. That might not be a bad one. Genuinely. look at the alt art for it. Can I do that here? I believe I can. How do I do it again? Trying to remember. I swear there was a way in here to look at the alt art. I'm blanking on it. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can remember my... Oh, I can't do the math that easily in my head. No, I'm gonna have to do it. Oh, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. Trying to remember. If I can remember... It's... that. It says save? Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Oh, fuck, I forgot that it starts from there, not there. Yeah, it's because of the data point, alright. It's been a long time since I've had to try and read binary, give me a little bit of a break. I mean, what were the fucking... What were the two that I got? I got, I think, 2 vehicles that were stylized. What were the ones I got again? Those 2. Thopter Fabricator and Clamorous Ironclad. Thopter Fabricator is whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token flying. It is a 4/4 blue 2 mana for the flying crew 2 vehicle. And then Clamorous Ironclad is Menace, Crew 3, and Cycling. There you go. Alright. Yeah, so Salvation Engine's pretty decent. If you create 1 or more artifact tokens, instead create those tokens plus an additional map token. Sack this, target creature you control explores. Create a token that's a copy of target art. Okay. I mean, this might not be bad, what we're doing. World Walker Hell. Mixed feelings on it. I mean, we could always get the fucking giant mecha. But yeah, there's the Thopter Fabricator there. Artifacts you control have indestructible from good old Darksteel Forge. Might not be actually a bad one to throw in. Just basically means that no one could beat me at that point. Portal to Phyrexia. Is that good? mean, it's good card. Is it good here? Crown Ironworks might honestly be a worthwhile addition as well, by the way. So I can't forget, like, just tossing in Soul Ring probably is best to get that done as well at some point. When it enters exile up to one target creature until it leaves the battlefield. Whenever it becomes attached to a creature, for as long as it remains attached, it becomes a copy of the creature card exiled by this. Okay. Mechanized production? Do we want to have that kind of win con? I mean, it wouldn't be hard if we committed a little bit more to like the something like the Mayas or the Thopters. Is Artifice a class worth? I don't know. It's the problem is I'm trying to maintain the Storm kind of philosophy with this. We'll see. Beginning of your end step, search your library for a permanent card, put it into the battlefield, shuffle your library. Deseret Artifice Master is pretty spook. What is this one? Now look at the top card of your library. You may play Historics and cast Historic play Historic lands and cast Historic spells from the library. That might not be a bad one, I'll be honest. Sonic Screwdriver. Actually, it might not be a bad one to add just because of the, again, 3 CMC. Yeah, then bobbleheads, good old bobbleheads. Alright, so yeah, we're eventually going to get to these as well, but, so Razor Tide Bridge was one of them, and it was Miss Bridge as well. And what was the other one? Gold Mire Bridge. I have 2 of those. So those are all artifact lands. We have a bunch of artifact lands. Might be worthwhile with Displacer. I was looking at it. Draw 2 cards, target creature gets -5/-5, and then I can tap, add to this mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact things. It might not be a bad one. I need to look at like an actual artifact storm deck, I feel, because I'm wondering how far, like, what other things I might be missing. That's banned. Okay, well, that's a shitty CEDH one that I honestly think looked horrendous. Yeah, like, that one was very outdated. Okay, so what I'm seeing almost is I've got too many creatures. Like, both of these have shown, like, real heavy things to this. To be fair, we also want more expensive. Yeah, I think Mystic Forge isn't probably a bad one. Mana Whip is this. Whenever any land target opponent controls is tapped for mana, tap all their lands they control that can produce any type of mana that land can produce. Oh, yikes! For Dragonstorm? Yeah, I was having a look at that earlier today. I think there's going to be like more announcements over the thing, so there's probably been more since I last looked. Mana Web is rough. Yeah, I'm seeing Jorah Storm because she's is it draw when you cast a historic, right? Yeah, whenever you cast a card. Aetherflux Reservoir is one that I'm interested in as well, but it's such a scary card to try and play for. Comes with play, draw a card, sacrifice this, choose a basic land type. Each land you control becomes that type until end of turn. Interesting. Two or less, yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing Mystic Forge come up a lot. I keep thinking it looks good. Just being able to look at the top card and cast artifacts from there seems really nice. Brings this, what is this? Whenever you activate an ability, if it isn't a mana ability, you may pay 2. If you do, copy that ability, you may choose new targets for the copy. Do we have any activated abilities that are going to be worth doing that? I don't think we even have activated non-mana abilities right now, do we? No, we don't. Doesn't matter then. It's because it's not trigger, it's activated, so yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I might toss just a couple of the lands we know are going to be in as well. Fun, tower. Worth it. Inventor's Fear might not be a bad one either. From sack draw cards. Oh yeah, we do have a few sack effects, don't we? I mean, we do have stuff of completion. We can do stuff from there, I guess. Point is, though, it's just, yeah, no, basically none. Can I stop getting the mystery booster versions of these? Go with that. Spire of Industry might not be bad. Painland for that. Darksteel Citadel would be probably quite nice, though. Indestructible, colorless land. Yowzers. Let's not look at that price. Yeah, so what a lot of the time I'm seeing with these decks is that it's like about having 0 mana and like 1 mana things. So keeping it super, super cheap. Ooh, that's not a bad one. I actually wonder if the Cybermen Squadron is bad then, just because like we're not... It's gonna be too expensive a lot of the time. Can probably take it out. But I still think like this one, when this ETBs, I may pay 1. I mean, we can displacer it to get a bit of value out of that. Esper Sentinel's just nice because it's another artifact creature. Gold board and illegal. I mean, it leaves me with the $5 one, right? Yeah. So it's either that or this one. So that's cheaper. Ugh, I do not like that style. Working with rocks, not creatures. True. It is a High Lord Artificer. I'm kind of wanting to see how far we can get without putting one of the game changer quotation marks into this. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I argue High Lord Artifice is just a good card in this. But I don't think we need it. Alright. Kind of like Future Sight style. Look, Mana Crypt. Yeah, I mean, again, it's... I don't think many people have made one of these decks in a long time. Like, this is just so good for the deck, though. Drink a Mage. 1 or less. That is pretty good. Reality Chip probably isn't a bad one, either. I did consider that earlier. We've already got Riddlesmithed, Phyrexian Metamorph, it's not a bad one. Foundry Inspector's already in. I haven't put this one in, this one's probably correct. We can't really look at the... anything that's not colorless or blue. Return all artifacts you control to their owner's hand. Retract. I mean, that's good if someone's about to board wipe and then I can just play it out next turn. This kind of looks like a deck that wants to bounce, though. Like a few things. Yeah, this looks like it really wants to bounce. Which I don't know if I agree with. Wheel of Fortune, gotta love it. Bounce the low cost. Well, it's because the problem is, like, with Retract, right? Is you're going to... The weakness this has is with my deck, you're bouncing lands, you're bouncing your mana rocks, everything like that. You're probably bouncing too much of your reduction and your stuff for mana. That, like, unless you just float all your mana correctly, even then, like, I don't think it gives you enough of an output, right? Ironically enough, I do see Filter out there, and we did get that earlier from this Instant Remastered. Oh yeah, by the way, we got 2 versions of it as well. I forgot about that. Got this version of Filtered out. Cool looking one. We also got Nashi Moon's Legacy from that pack, which is cool. Which is a card that I have considered making a deck around. And we didn't really get anything out of the Instrid one other than another Village Rites, so. Spark double for twice the Yashalta fun. That is definitely a consideration. We've already got, I think, one thing in here that's gonna copy her. Thought? But it's also, yeah, I mean, we could, honestly. That honestly does sound like a very reasonable approach. Such a weird deck this is, by theory. But no, I do agree with the Spark double. I got, like, again, it's one of those ones I think I was considering earlier and forgot. Double the cat girls, exactly. Dude, have you actually seen the other art for it, by the way? It's colors and copy themed. I love all the copies. Yeah. But have you seen the alt art for Yashalta? I still don't know if I actually like it more or less. I think I like it less. Like, I don't like that as much as I like the base one. Yeah, so this is the alt art for it. That I'm assuming what's going to happen is, since there's a collector's edition for the precons, I'm assuming this is going to be what you get out of the collector's edition. Like, it's hyper anime waifu styled. Whereas, like, I actually really like this Yashalta. However, by the same thing, so if we look at all the commanders that have got the old art, I don't like Titus's one. I think Titus's one is actually like a full downgrade. Like, this is worse than this, in my opinion, by a long shot. I know it's actually a little hard to say. Give me a second, I'm just gonna move this so we can have the full screen on it. But, like, I genuinely think this art is so fucking good, and I think this looks so worse. The number behind them is the thing. I mean, also, if you look at the bottom of the card, it's very hard to see if you, unless you're looking at them yourself. It does actually say which Final Fantasy they're from here. So this is Final Fantasy X. Which is why I know there's only 2 Final Fantasy 1 cards, which makes me sad. Then you get Cloud, which I think this one's the straight up the only one that I think's the better one. You cannot convince me this is not better than this. Like, this is genuinely gorgeous. I love this so much. Like, this one's okay and cool, but, like, this is so good looking. That's 100%. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. Like, you cannot convince me this isn't actually, like, this looks gorgeous. This just genuinely looks gorgeous to me. The normal art looks like a frame from the movie. I wouldn't know, but I don't really like this one like, this one looks more plasticky. This just actually looks like gorgeous concepting art, which I like. It's just, I think they've done a really good job with that one. And then you've got Terra, which Terra... Okay, if you thought your Sholta's one was bad for anime, you need to see this one. You ready? The Tutor of Mercenaries, the Cloud Spoiler. No, ordered one yesterday. Ha! But yeah, so this is what she looks like normally as a card, right? You ready for this pain? There you go, that's what she looks like with the done up art. I fucking hate it. Hey, Anoxia, how's it going? Excited to go into depth for Final Fantasy. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually kind of sad so far. I sit in the category that I've been extremely disappointed. The only precon I'm tempted for is Yasholta. And that's just because I've actually played Final Fantasy XIV. Outside of that, the only two cards I kind of like is Garland and Dragon. That's because they're Final Fantasy 1. They're the only Final Fantasy 1 so far, though. I don't dislike it. I'm not gonna say you're wrong for disliking or liking this. I just do not like this. The problem is I don't like either. If you were to ask me which one's better, I would probably say this one. And that's with like a real heavy hesitant thing. Just a kitten of it. Hey. How they doing? How they doing? Disappointing? Yes. Awful? No. Yeah, I'll think that. The character spoiler though? Oh look, I stand by this. So someone at the store yesterday was bitching and moaning about Jumbo Cacta. I'm gonna be straight with you. If you die to Jumbo Cacta, you suck. Like... It is a fucking 7 mana card. Like, it is not a scary, it's not a good card. It's very funny though. And I cannot, look, I stand by the only time I want to see this fucking played truly though, is someone that's playing a fucking toss deck and they toss this shit at my face. It's like, okay, I'm gonna swing with this. It's like, cool. And then it's like, and then I'm gonna toss it at your face, take 1,000 damage. Or 10,000 damage. Jumbo Cacta with lifelink. That's gonna be great. It's straight up, anyone that tries to convince me this is a very good card, you're not gonna win. Swing and fling. Yeah, like, I actually think it's a hysterical card. Because the only time I'm gonna die to this is if someone, like, actually makes it funny. There's no way this is actually a good card. That's so good. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's getting tossed at someone's face. But yeah, no, I still... Like, I was considering if I'd get a collector's thing, but like, if I'm getting one, I'm getting Yasholta, and I still don't know if I want the fucking anime-looking one like that. Like, this just throws me off so much. Because it doesn't look like Yasholta from the game. This looks more like Yasholta from the game. Look at Minskin Boo Planewalker. Oh, I love Minskin Boo Planewalker. Dude, it's so good. But yeah, like, I don't like it. I have to say, the Emmett's alt art one, this looks gorgeous. I like this. I think this is better. I haven't actually seen what the... Oh, his Hades looks way better. Yeah. Nah, this one looks great. I like this. Gotta feed the anime sims. I know, and it is an anime-ish game, but like, it's hard because I sit in a very, like I said, a very strange category for how this guy, like how I am with Final Fantasy. We've played through Final Fantasies, all of the ones I've played outside of 14 recently. And like every Final Fantasy game I've ever played, I've now played on stream. But I've played Final Fantasy 1 an excessive amount of time, and Final Fantasy 2 like once through prior to the streaming it. So I'm sitting here wanting more representation from those games, but I understand that that's not really doable in like simple, easy ways, and that's why I'm like, I'm not gonna probably be able to make a Final Fantasy 1 themed deck, right? Like, I'd love to make a Garland deck, but like, he's not really a great commander. Setzel will be good for the Zarud deck. Yeah, I could see that. Be funny. But yeah, it's like, it's an interesting one. I still think one of the actual best commanders in my eyes to come out of this so far is actually the Sephiroth. Outside of Emmett, I think Sephiroth's genuinely the best commander that they've shown. I want to make a Sin one. Yeah, Sin Spyro's Punishment looks great. But like, I think Emmett's the best so far we've seen. Then I think Sephiroth. And so let me explain why I say that about Sephiroth. Sephiroth is a Dimir version of a Massacre Worm in your fucking commander slot. And are you telling me you don't want a Massacre Worm in your commander slot? That's just kind of better. Because it has vigilance as well. Didn't they mention battles coming in FFZ, or is that a rumor? I haven't heard that guaranteed anywhere. So I can't say for certain. But I haven't heard anything about it. Like, at this point in time, this is basically all of the stuff I definitely know about, outside of, like, the packaging and stuff that we've seen. Which they are releasing a lot of premium content with this, which I'm fine with. Right? But yeah, it's still I mean, this is in June, remember. Like, this is the other thing. This is in June. We have another expansion between now and then, which I want to see if there has been any more news about that. It's not there. Let's go here. Because I believe Dragonstorm is going to come out before then. And the only stuff I think we've gotten is the stuff that I saw earlier today that we showed on stream. Which is this stuff. So we've got this, and then there's... Oh, no, there is a huge amount of more stuff. Because this is what we had earlier. So we know there is 5 precons, by the way. And we know that this precon's commander, was it this one? No, it's Jeskai's striker one is Narset. Jeskai Waymaster, which is, and it's really hard to read, so I'm just going to read it out. It is a blue, red, white mana, 3/4 human monk, legendary, at the beginning of your end step. You may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of cards you discarded this turn. Or a number of spells you cast this turn, sorry. So it's really, really aggressive. MTG has more cards shown. Okay, can you flick me a link for that, Matthew? Because I will pull that up then. Eating good with the set. Oh yeah, no, like this is very heavy dragons. Like I've read over all of these, like 2 or 3 of them are like dragon focused. This one's especially dragon focused. But like all of them look like they have dragons as their sub-commanders. So yeah, I do think Dragon getting great with it. Send to Discord? Alright. Because these would have been like today, because it's Chicago Magic Con thing right at the moment, right? Alright, mains. Oh god, we do have a lot. Alright, let's let it load. Get through its shit. So, I'll let it load for a moment. What a set, having dragons, who would have known? Exactly. It's almost like that's literally one of its big selling points, is that it's about dragons. I mean, like, immediately Stormscale Scion here looks really good. 6 mana, 4/4, other dragons have +1/+1, and has Storm. Like, that and an Dragon deck's already gonna be spooky. Because you're gonna be able to cast out a lot of shit quickly. Mox Jasper. Wait a minute, what? 1 mana of any color, activate only if you have a dragon. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put 1/1 counters on each of those. Oh no! Oh no! Yo, this is actually getting scary. We've got a new Spirit Dragon as well. Which one is this? So, Shinko, Paragon of the Way. He knows the way. This is the way. Flying Vigilance. When at ETBs, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy it. Then you may cast that copy without paying its mana cost. That's kind of scary, actually. Wait, no, seriously. Especially in like a dragon's deck? That's actually fucking terrifying. Wait. What? Okay. Dude, Dragon really fucking eating well, huh? Alright, what do we got next? When this enters, you may behold you may behold a dragon. If you do, create a treasure token. Whenever a dragon you control ETBs, put a 1/1 counter on this and this card until end of turn. This becomes a dragon in addition to its other types and gains flying. Ooh, okay. Baron Step Siege. At the as this enchantment enters, choose Asban or Mardu. Mardu, sorry. At the beginning of your end step, put 1/1 counter on each creature you control, or at the beginning of your end step, is if a creature died under your control this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Ooh. Inevitable Defeat. The spell can't be countered. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah. Skirmisher Rhino, yeah. Alright, these are the showcases one. Got a Skirmisher Rhino there. The Dragon Descent dude again. Storm Sail. Mox Jasper thing. Blah blah blah. Blah. Serialized. So this is one of the big serialized ones, it seems. It's gonna be one of the one of 500. Fair. I can see someone like Brian Kibler probably going after this. Ooh, what is this? This is a new one. Attacks mill cards. You may return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever 1 or more cards leaves your graveyard, create a zombie. Nice. So that's probably one of the commander things related, right? Yeah. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, so that's... Which one would that be? That's, Salt thing? That one, right? I think that's the Sultai Dragon. Yeah, Deval. But so what are these? Let's see. Strike with the Unheart, ally with Madura, commander of the army, and yeah, so there's a shitload of text here talking about them. I'm not gonna go through all of it, because this looks like it's just the key descriptors and stuff like that. But we do know like a bunch of stuff is coming. And it does look really, really fucking cool. So yeah, there's a lot of cool cards. That's why, like, I'm looking at... I still don't know, because we still need to see, obviously, what your Sholta's gonna have in her deck before, I think. Because same colors. Yeah. 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 wondering what I want with this. Because like, I think I want to make this deck potentially, but I think I'm going to, one, wait till I see what the precon has in it, so I know what I can and cannot buy, like what comes with it, what I might need to buy for it, and then I'll go from there. But I do think this is a really scary deck, potentially. I need to lean a bit more into the blue. As a key thing I need to keep in mind. Reshape again. Sack an artifact, set your library for artifact card, convert a lot of X, and put it into your battlefield and shuffle the library. Yeah. Because yeah, like I'm just trying to understand the concept of the artifact storm stuff, and most of the time it's like keeping it really cheap and just getting shite out. But like I'm trying to decide, because we want the CMC3 as the main ones, right? So the bobblehead's definitely a consideration. Fabricate and Moonsilver Key seem good. I think we've already got Moonsilver Key at the very least. Alright, I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah, like Fabricate's probably just good to have, because it's just artifact search. Or artifact tutoring. Moonsilver Key. Oh wait, no, have I got that mixed around? I have the other key, right? I have Cloud Key. No. So what was Moonsilver Key? Is that here? I see it. Clear. No, it's not here. Let's have a look-see then. Moonsilver Key. There we go. Let it load. Alright. Artifact, sacrifice this, search your library for an artifact card. With a mana ability or a basic land card. No, we don't? Yeah, I mean, we do have a lot that they can find. Like, worst comes to worst, it's getting a land. I kind of want to see... Like, the question is, do we want graveyard-related stuff in this? I don't think we do, really, right? Like, something for playing artifacts from the graveyard. There's a few ways we could do that. I'm just wondering if that's worthwhile. Because, like, we could go heavy into, like, egregious sacking of our stuff. I should probably just toss this in here while we're talking. Got it. This rate, it actually looks like we don't need the other colors, pretty much. To be fair, that's kind of how we designed the deck, right? I'm still wondering if Emery is worthwhile. Just because that means that that's our, like, graveyard recursion for artifacts, or a way of doing it. I wonder. Gandalf the White! You may cast legendary spells and artifact spells as though they had flash. A legendary permanent or an artifact entering or leaving the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control. That ability triggers an additional time. That's kind of good. Gonna go to the D&D soon. Sun soon. All good, Matthew. All good. I'll catch you when I catch you. I mean, I'm getting nagged to come in on Wednesday again as well to play Magic. I was like, yeah, I'll see. I'll see. I do want to. It's fun. But it's also a little out of the way. Oh yeah, Buried Ruin! I forgot about this one. Buried Ruin might not be a bad shout to just toss in here. Okay, if I'm doing that, I'm probably bringing in, Emery. And then it's pretty much, it's not only lands from their point. It's probably the bobbleheads. Still think Midnight Clock's not a bad one either. What's this one? Moonsnare Prototype. Tap an untapped artifact or creature you control while tapping this to add one colorless channel. Discard this. The owner of the target non-land permanent puts it in the top bottom of the library. Yeah. Oh yeah, Worn Power Stone. Probably should have like that in, right? Because it's funny. Fits the bullshit we've been doing. Yeah, well, right. Especially if we have any of our like untappy stuff, it's gonna be untapped like immediately. Alright, we needed to try and find the bobbleheads. So now I'm gonna just try and search for bobbleheads. They come under, I believe, mana artifacts. Because if I can find one, then we can find the rest very easily from that point onwards. Yeah, covered jewel. That's a terribly great idea. Okay, cool. Found one. Because once you find one, it recommends the rest. And high synergy. Leave under high synergy? No. Top cards? Oh, there's those everywhere. What was the one that you win the game off of? Can't remember. There's one of them that I feel like is like, if you have all of them, you win. Or am I wrong? Here we go. There are more, yes. Let's see. Roll X, six-sided dice, where X is the number of bobbleheads you control. Create a tap treasure token for each even result. If you roll six exactly 7 times, you win the game. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of, where it's like you have a chance of just winning the game. It's really funny. The likelihood of it happening is not very high. I think that's all the bobbleheads. What about ultimate card? Gun and sleeve? Maybe. I mean, we do need to start looking at the lands getting added. We're at that stage. Oh god, I could always add Nuka-Cola vending machine and Academy and we get an infinite. There's a lot of ways to do infinites off that. If I really hated people. That's an interesting one. I still wonder about Darksteel Forge, whether it's worth. If it's worth it for this. Relic of Sauron. No, we can't run that. Wrong colors. I still kind of want to run the Sonic Screwdriver, I'm not gonna lie. Sonic Screwdriver would be funny. Alright. Now the question is, Exotic's probably a correct play here, because we are playing a 3-colored deck, and I would argue black and blue are very, very common colors. Stretch. We don't have very many I mean, we ironically enough have cats. We don't have many, like, cat or warlocks, though. Most of everything is artificers of constructs and shit, right? Yeah, we're very inconsistent with our things, so Path of Ancestry is not good here. I still think we're low on the artifact side, but I might be very wrong with that. We do need a lot of blue production for mana, so it's So I'm just gonna rock that number up, I think. What's our curve like? We're sitting at 3 being our heavy cost, which means that we just need... If we have a 3 land hand, we're happy, right? There we go. I don't think I want, like, any of the fetch lands. We're probably gonna need, obviously, more land, but... I mean, something like Skycloud Expanse might not be bad. Like, genuinely. And the benefit as well is, realistically, something like Skycloud Expanse would probably be in the precon. Like, that's the advantage we also have with that argument, is, yeah, we can probably assume something like that's in there. They've been doing better with land-base, so land-base is not too much of a concern, because we'll probably just build off the land-base the precon gives, if I just buy the precon in the end. Means that also I'll be getting whatever cards from there, so this gets changed according to that. The fact, though, that this is estimated to be a bracket 2, I'm curious to see if that's true or not. Because, like, I feel like this is maybe stepping above the bracket 2 kind of expectation of power level. Okay, 35 lands, kind of probably have to do, especially knowing we're gonna just probably add talismans in. We don't have Arcane Signet in here. Can toss that in quickly. Well, these don't trigger your shoulder. I don't think anyone cares. Okay, and then we want... Lead Talisman. Sorry, spell, Talisman. Man. Progress. And then it's Dominance we want as well. And that's supposedly our 100 cards. So our curve is lifted a little bit more onto the 2s, but it's very heavy on 3s, so we're very, very heavy on wanting to hit turn 3, and once turn 3 happens, we pretty much are good in gold. Which is kind of makes sense, because the commander's a 4 mana as well, so we kind of want to be starting to do our shite by that point. Like, okay, let me correct. Best case scenario is turn 3 commanders coming out. Like, but I don't think it's going to be much earlier than that in most cases. Is it possible? No, it's not possible. Unless I run, like, Azorus Signet. I don't think we're getting to that, because what we would need is land drop into Soul Ring, and the land drop would... It would need to be Swamp, potentially, into Soul Ring, into Azorus Signet, and then on turn 2 we could get the commander out. We're not playing for that. We're playing for turn 3, commander can come out, potentially. Probably later. But we want the commander to come out fairly consistently, so we want to have like a 2-land with a talisman or a mana item, or a 3-1 with like multiple mana sources. And which is very, very doable. Is that fucking people looking at my thing? Yeah. I see y'all looking at my stuff. I think this is probably the better way to do it. My thought on the matter. I mean, I could get that one that's like blue spells cost less to cast, white spells cost less to cast, and then opponent spells cost more to cast as well. We did see that one earlier, and I didn't want to really add that because it just feels really scummy. Actually, I think... I don't even remember who we saw it off of. Might have been here. Under utility artifacts, right? Because, like, Aetherflux Reservoir is a temptation as well, especially knowing that we kind of like wanting to play multiple things in a turn. Echo Wellspring wouldn't be bad. Yeah, this is when we start. Yeah, like Aetherflux is really tempting. Portal, I still don't know about. I think Portal's good, but I don't think Portal's what we need. Yeah. I think Doctor Spy Network's still kind of tempting as well, though. I mean, do we want the bobbleheads in here? The bobbleheads would be fun, but they're really good mana rocks for this build. That's the thing. If anything, it's these talismans that are a little less valuable. You know what, take the puzzle box out for Thopter Site Network. Again, Mechanized Production's another one where I could just get really silly with it. I think cost reduction comes under mana. I think it's utility, yeah. Be connected to this. Ooh. Yeah, Aetherflux Reservoir is really hard to not want to put in, with just how much we're going to be spending and potentially playing in a turn. Really hard not wanting to do it. So many funny things though, like quantum misalignment. It's very funny, where we just create even more Yashaltas. That's why, that's why I was thinking with the Spark Double. I knew I had something that doubled, and I couldn't remember if it was Spark Double or not. It wasn't. There you go. Alright, well, I'm going to remove the Talisman Dominance for Aetherflux Reservoir. If you cast an artifact, create a Mire for Rexian at the beginning of your end step, draw a card, then discard a card. Then if there are 15 or more artifacts in your graveyard, target opponent loses the game. That's really funny. I mean, okay, realistically, we should probably have some of this sort of stuff. But we don't, so Mechanized doesn't work great for us unless we're going after Thopters. But we can create quite a few Thopters potentially, if I trade a few things around. Right. Again, we could also have any way of doing infinite combos for that stuff. It's not hard. Emery can come out at that point. Because we've got a lot of artifacts that are just going to go into the bin easily. That's why it's like, it's pretty good. We don't have any other recursion though, other than Emery. So it's like, is it even worth having that? Actually, do we have other recursion? We have 2 sources of recursion, Emery and Salvation Engine. Which is, when it attacks, return target, yeah, so this returns it, yeah. Okay, so we have 2 artifact recursions in the deck. I feel like we draw very, very consistently at this point as well. We have a lot of good sources of draw, but we shouldn't overdraw. That's the other beautiful part of this. Like, Esper Sentinel is an example of a card that, like, I don't think we're going to be able to really buff up its attack, so it is always just going to be a cost 1. But it's also annoying as hell. And it's non-legendary, so we can duplicate it. Wait a minute, what if I mechanized production Esper Sentinel? Oh god. Like, do you want to pay 1 or do I draw a card? Okay, do that 5 more times. No. I think this is good. I think this is where the deck can sit at for now, in terms of power. And then there's like much else that can be done to it at this point without knowing more cards that are coming out and more about the deck itself. But I think I've done a decent job with keeping it also theoretically low bracket, where I do not think this is quite that low bracket. I think this is actually one of the stronger decks that we've designed. Because if it goes off, it kind of just goes off and kills someone. In fact, I think it's more than just goes off and kills someone. I'm pretty sure if you go off on this deck, you just kill everyone in like 1-2 turns. And the worst part is like, even if they target your commander down, right? Oh no, your commander is dead. Guess what? I have now enough mana to bring her back 5 times over, because I've just spent all of my shit to get all of these artifacts out for free. They can get mana gen. Like, I could add a counterspell or 2 to this, but like, is it really necessary? Like, desynchronization is probably one of my most like aggressive plays that I have at instant speed, where I can just get everyone's boards back into their hand, other than myself, because everything's pretty much an artifact. And the ones that aren't artifacts are either relatively cheap or aren't essential to playing. Like, Emery's one that's gonna pop back. Displace a Kitten can pop back. Let's see, what else is not an artifact? Padam's kinda sucky to see pop back, but oh well. Riddlesmith's cheap as well, get it back, fine. Spark Double, depends on what's copied. Urza would get popped back, but he comes down fairly cheaply again. Valley Flood Caller does pop back, but I mean, that's one of our ways of playing at Flash. So we'd be doing other stuff as well. And the Archmage gets popped back. Everything else stays on the board. Which includes like a shitload of tokens. That's the reason why I like the Urza, right? As Urza's going to be creating tokens that get more from having artifacts. That's kind of why I want the other Urza, but I don't want to add a thing in yet. Because I believe if I add in 1... Yeah, if I add in 1, I immediately go up to bracket 3. I don't think it's necessary. You have 2 non-land tutors in your deck. Fabricate and Moonsilver Key. Yep. Pretty much it. And yeah, like Displace a Kitten as well. So that's whenever non-creature. So artifacts count for that. So we get to flicker. So the main thing that we've been talking about, is that I can flicker my rocks, right? So the amount of like, well, the bobblehead is an example. This can flicker. So I tap it. I cast the thing, I flicker this back, and it comes back untapped. So I just keep mana going really, really cleanly for that. And especially if some of these are like 1 or 2 mana to cast, then I can make it go more than infinite. Which is, again, why Aether Flux Reservoir feels like such a good idea, because not only would I be gaining health from this, I'd be gaining health from that, and then I could basically either kill them with this or kill them with this. And it gives me 2 ways to kind of play out that kind of turn. So if they remove one thing, oh no, I can do the other thing. That seems kind of fun, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Ugh. Noxy, you still here? Or you buggered off to play with your kitty cat? Oh, there's also recursion here. I forgot about that. Yeah, I like the idea of this deck. Supposedly low power. I would not say it is, but hey. Again, we'll see. Gotta see what the rest of the commanders offer, right? Because you never know. Hashton was a big deal because it was the not face commander, and a lot of people were like, "Wait a minute, this is just objectively better," and it is than the face commander. So I wonder if I'll ever make a deck that uses that Odric that we got earlier. I wonder how much it's worth. Look, I'm all for trading in if I'm really not going to use a card, because then it means it can potentially get used. Right? Gets used, I get money, it pays for me doing my games more, yada yada yada. Pays for the next pack. Oh, for God's sakes, I hate when it fails to actually catch the website. Give this a moment. I forgot to show that. Let's see. Audric. Let's see. We're looking for Insta Remastered. Normal rare. It is not even worth $1, even if it was shiny. Cool. Gives me my answer. I mean, like, again, that's the thing. If it's not worth anything at all at that point as well, like, I'm like, I'll just keep it there. Then I'd gotta get the extra priority to go do something about it. Wonder if any of these are worth... Bang. Let's see. Buying. Buying for 5 cents. Wow. Tragic. Let's bring this back so we can look at like some fresh singles for funny reasons. Because I'm sure they've probably put up some since like last night. Multiverse. What the fuck is that card? I hate when I see these cards because I just can't even read them. Sheoldred's Faithful. Oh boy. That's not gonna be good for your health. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 1 life. You may cast Rona, Sheoldred's Faithful from your graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other costs. I mean, it's not bad. That's a cool looking island. March of the Worldoos, yeah! Fun card. Ugh. Oh look, there's your Aether Spark, everybody. 88 bucks for a foily one. Yeah, nothing too fancy so far that I'm interested in. That catches my... Oh, these fucking lands look so good. Oh, they look so good. I like these so much. How many do they have? Only 1? Okay, well, that's definitely not worth buying. Oh, Brawl. I should really consider this dude. For, one of my decks. I think it's for the Stellar Lee deck I was considering it, right? Instant sorceries cost less one less to cast. Whenever you a spell or ability you control counters a spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. It's just a good card, right? Especially in that Stellar Lee deck, wouldn't be that bad. There's that grand... That's it. There. No, it wasn't an artifact. It was a fucking creature. Yeah, Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth. Spell... So... This is such an asshole commander, by the way. I have seen this as a commander. I've not played against it, but I've seen it as a commander. It's such an asshole one. White spells you cast, cost one less to cast. Blue spells you cast, cost one less to cast. Spells your opponent's cast, cost one more to cast. Fuck you all. What's such an asshole play? Wait a minute. This is fucking like $9. The fucking next cheapest is like 10. Then this goes to 18. Wow. I think that one actually looks cool. So, you know, clearly I'm fucking wrong. Oh, Sanctum Weaver. Always a good one. Mana Tithe. Oh, there's one of those Primal Tides I want. Oh, it is, I think a little bit more expensive than I've seen it in some places, but still might be worth grabbing because it's just my local store, so you've got to support them. I don't want to do that though, because I don't have the money. I don't think. No, stop. Think about it. Still hate these lands. Snow-covered waste. There's a ley line of anticipation. I still think these look good, like the style of art. Apparently the like Wilds of Eldraine, sort of like Enchanted Tale ones, these sort of things, have just not been good, because like they're consistently the easiest to find of those. And normally the cheaper ones. Maybe there was just enough printed. Ooh, there's that Hoarding Broodlord that I said I kind of am tempted to grab. For the Hashton deck, because I hate everybody. Hate this fair. This who shakes the world. Ooh, that's a... Start your engines, max speed, token. Oh, of course there's another Liliana Heretical Healer now. After I bought, like, one that I think's about the same price. But it's foil. It's disgusting foil, but it's foil. Man, a lot of 8th Drift cards coming in, huh? Guess it's obviously people have started opening them and people have started getting their duplicates. Samut the Driving Force! I'm actually very surprised that this is fucking... I was actually expecting this to be like a very big deal card. Like, genuinely. Ah yes, good old Sheoldred the Apocalypse sitting at a very normal price of $135. $153, sorry. How? Spicy cost. Monument. Golgari Queen. I mean, Assassin's Trophy is not a bad one. I kind of want to get that at some point. Good old Maze of Earth. Can't complain. I hate that card. The only people that run that kind of card are assholes. I say having dicks that are asshole dicks. I fully understand my hypocrisy. Doubling season. Yeah, one day I'll hit a doubling season. Honestly, should probably just transition back to getting double foundations again. Because there's just more cards out of foundations I can get that are both sellable and good. But I just want to keep doing the chase for instant remastered. Right, like it's a hard point because it's like one or the other. Which one do I want? I want both. But I have to choose because if I do foundations, I get 2 foundations. If I don't, oh no, Bloomburrow's back actually. Bloomburrow's got some of its packs back. They still haven't gotten the recons yet. Don't know when that's coming. Apparently it's supposed to be late this month, and I have not heard news since. Actually, I wonder if there's any news about that. Blue... Monodix... reprint. Because yeah, we did hear there was supposed to be a reprint. That's just nothing. Like, I heard late February is what I've heard, but... I haven't heard shit since. It's gonna get me a better answer. Yeah, I want a more recent and up-to-date answer on it. As much as I read it, Reddit does still have, like, people asking the question, and often there might be one person in there that's competent enough to answer correctly. Not be an ass. Yeah, no, that's nothing. Thanks, just people complaining. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any... Yeah, it just says Q1 from the looks of it. It's what I'm seeing consistently. It's Q1. That's kind of annoying. That's not a great answer. So that means it's either this month or next month. At least. We're gonna probably hear like a solid announcement of when. Because I still really badly want to get the Squirrels deck. The Golgari Squirrels deck for the Yagdra deck that I have. Because I just think they're neat. And there's more squirrels than there are owls, and I can eat more because of that. Yeah, I think I'm now at a point where I'm kinda getting to, ones I've seen. Yeah. Well, no special interesting ones at this point now. We've seen all the main stuff though. I don't think we're gonna probably end up playing anything today, because I am kind of starting to get to that hungry-ish stage. And also, I have a lot of work that I want to work on today and tomorrow, and probably not going to get much good sleep because of it. Because I'm very good at that, as we all know. Because I need to... Let's see, if I remember correctly, I should probably get some editing done. I needed to get the prep work done for the devlog, because I'm hoping to have that... I'm going to probably have that post on, like, the first something day of a month. Not sure yet when, like first Monday or something maybe. So expect something about that, I guess. What else? Yeah, it's all the work for that, which is really a lot of work, I've got to be honest. So I gotta get all the assets ready for that, and I need to hide all of them as well. It's gonna be rough. I think I'm not gonna get much free time, actually, to play games. I might try and make some time to see if I can hang out with some friends, play like Warframe or something. Would be nice. But I can probably only do that for like 4 hours or something this weekend. That's right. Yeesh. Well, with that all being the case then, I think we'll finish up here. So, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.